I mean, maybe at some point we should just like put it all out there, you know. So, like, I think in the beginning it's good to have some coherence, um, and you know, so it's not just a million stories all at once.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's a drip feed at first, and then later on it's going to be a flood, right? Because otherwise it's just too many stories, too much all at once, and then people can't really focus on anything. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, you just get drowned out in the flood of things. But I think
Yep.
once we've been told, then I think probably the right move is to just, you know, provide a data dump, and then people can go through it and see what was missed.
Are you surprised at all about the blowback against Matt Taibbi over the past 24 hours? I mean, a number of liberal news organizations, a lot of liberal news reporters came out and really slammed Matt Taibbi, which really was really shocking. What was your response to that?
Well, I think those people should be looking in the mirror and wondering why they were deceptive. Why did they deceive the American public? And instead of trying to redirect blame to Matt Taibbi, they seem to be accepting some responsibility themselves for not being truthful to the American public.
Elon, it's Mike Cohen here. Congratulations on, of course, the acquisition of Twitter. But my question.
Sorry, the buffering is not on my end. It's on Twitter's end.
There are, of course, commercial bots, right? People trying to do spam, but the more dangerous bots are those that are trying to interfere in discourse and try to manipulate the conversation. And those are primarily run by governments, right? They're run by the intelligence community in different countries. They're trying to manipulate the way people are talking, for example, about Ukraine. I think one of the more famous examples here are these so-called NAFO bots that are going out and shooting everyone down.
Real people.
Yeah, often where they're mixing it, right? So the intelligence community does it in that way. They have real people, then they have bots that are fully automated, and then they even let their intelligence community employees work with Twitter profiles to chime in as well. But all with one goal, which is to manipulate the public discourse towards their goals. And I think you experienced that yourself when you spoke out for peace in Ukraine. You were attacked by these same bots.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, you know, I've been in the job a month. I'm very good at software. I wrote software for 20 years. I was very good back in the day at defeating the scammers. They were just like they were just the bad actors had free reign in the system before. They will not have that in the future. I look forward to that battle, and we will expose those who are acting to manipulate public opinion and shine a bright light on it.
Fantastic.
Hey, Kim, if I could just ask a quick question on that same topic, because there was a point at which I was told by someone who apparently had access to this Discord server for these NATO or NAFO trolls that I was among their top targets, or even the number one target for a while. So I'm just sort of a personal curiosity. By the way, this is Michael Tracy. And so, Elon, I'm just curious if you were able to detect or gauge any inauthentic activity on Twitter specifically related to this sort of pro-Ukraine faction, or was there a particular sort of system that kind of connects those actors that you were able to discern since you've taken the helm?
Well, the tools that Twitter currently has to detect large-scale manipulation are quite weak and need to be strengthened considerably. That's why, but in order for them to be strengthened, we must, like I said, build the engine of engineering, and to be able to sort of see what's going on in the system. I mean, over and over again, it's been, it's like Twitter doesn't know what's going on in Twitter. That's actually the issue. So we need to build the tools that can analyze what's going on and see where is there evidence of large-scale manipulation, and in order to highlight it. And I think even if it's not shut down, if it is simply highlighted and said, wait a second, these accounts are all acting in concert, they're acting in a way that is faster than a human could possibly coordinate. This appears to be a linked, 100,000 bots linked that are all acting in concert, and just say, and expose them essentially. But those software tools need to be written, and they have not yet been written. So they will be.
It's
Oh,
key.
And on a similar,
I have written those tools, so I can give them to you.
Right, Elon, wouldn't it be easier if you were able to use some form of two-part authentication in order to ensure that the individual...
You've dropped out, Ian. You've dropped out, Michael. Oh, you're back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Elon, would it not be easier to just use some form of two-part authentication to ensure that the individual is who they say they are?
Yes. Now that, so this is part of what's the game plan with the sort of blue verified thing, is that right now it is there are problems on many levels. It's too cheap to have a bot. So and even a troll, like it's not just that somebody's operating a bunch of 10,000 instances of Twitter accounts, in a bank of PCs. It's like you can have a warehouse with, and there are in many parts of the world, like warehouse where there's just banks of phones. So they actually are operated by people. The challenge right now. So the challenge is actually, you have to make it more expensive. And then having, if you want to do it such that that you can't find any connection between 100,000 phones and 100,000 credit cards and 100,000 authenticated phone numbers, that's very difficult to do. Just the logistical difficulty of that is extremely high. So it's more like we need to process some amount of money through the payment system in order to piggyback off the authentication of the payment system. So $8 is kind of like a random number, obviously. But there's another thing that has to be accomplished simultaneously, which is that Twitter cannot be like so heavily dependent on advertisers. So this is an attempt to kill two birds with one stone. Which is build a source of revenue that is not advertiser dependent, so the advertisers do not have too much sway over what happens on Twitter, and also use the payment system as an additional means of identifying and stopping large-scale manipulation of the system.
And just to add on to that, when you
in
have
other
a lot of
words,
users
just one
signing
second,
up, their advertisers are going to realize that these are real
Hello.
people, right? They're all verified individuals. So that will make them want to advertise on the site. So it's win-win-win, right?
Yes.
Let's just
Hey
not
Kim, can I ask a quick follow up to my question? Would you mind, Elon? I'm just
okay. I have to I have to just stop this for a second because should support him. And the best way you can support him is to become a subscriber at Twitter. You're using this great service all the time. If you want him to have more power and more freedom to achieve these goals for us, well, make that $8 a month investment. I think it's really worth it.
The price of a latte.
Did Elon already say when he plans to reinstate the verification, the $8 verification process?
Yeah,
Elon, you're muted.
Elon, you're
just in
muted. Yeah, I was
case.
going to tell you because Kim muted everyone.
Sorry, it seems to sometimes mute me, I guess. Yeah, so I think we're probably about a week away. Maybe basically this coming week we should be able to restart the verification process.
Will it be global or is it just the US still?
Actually, I'm going to discuss that with the team. So this time for verification, we're taking some additional steps where one has to be phone verified with a known good carrier, a known good phone carrier, and we're also will offer people the opportunity, if they want, to do ID verification, kind of like what Airbnb does, similar thing, and they do that all around the world. And then you'll be able to look at an account and say, this account is payment verified, it is verified, it is ID verified, optionally, and also to establish organizational affiliation. Do you actually have affiliation with this organization? And providing organizations with the ability to define, to state which set of users are affiliated with that organization. So, like, are you actually a professor at Stanford, or are you actually, for example, a reporter at the New York Times or whatever, or an employee of PepsiCo or whatever it is? So, just generally to have granularity and nuance to what verified means, as opposed to the sort of like grab bag of nonsense, which has been the past blue verified situation, where you could have been an intern at Mashable 10 years ago, and now you've got blue verified, and it's kind of crazy. And then they were also just being traded constantly. You could just buy a verified badge, so you can't
it is criminal. But can you tell us if there will be more smoking guns coming?
Yeah, I think there will be more smoking guns, because the obvious next question is, well, what happened after the election?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's probably the right thing for episode 2, is what happened after the election.
And how long do we have to wait for episode 2?
I don't know. I'll check with Matt.
Elon,
also,
can I ask a quick
go ahead.
follow-up?
Yeah, Will, just quickly. Will, go ahead. Will.
Thank you, Elon. Apologies if you addressed this earlier. I appreciate how long you've been on this call. What subjects outside of Hunter Biden, by the way, this is Will Kane from Fox News. What subjects outside of Hunter Biden were subject to the most government
Going to do it now as well. So anything I say would be somewhat of a guesswork, really. But so I don't know. There's obviously a lot of questions around Jan 6th. There's questions around COVID. There's a lot of questions, but I think the important thing is that we just get bring daylight to all of these things. And so anything that Twitter has done, and sometimes things, a lot of times Twitter's done things that were just not, it wasn't malicious, it was just foolish. So the things that are
like the nuking people for NPCs, right? For posting NPC memes, thousands of people were banned.
Yeah, exactly.
From just a quick question. With the companies that stopped advertising on Twitter, which I think most of us agree is just not right, has there been any progress since? Have you been in discussions with them? And what are some other strategies to bring in revenue so we depend less on advertisers?
You can hear this is Zach Bowling again. I was wondering if you have any knowledge or you can have any proof that there's some indication that a lot of people on the right side of the political aisle lost a ton of followers. I would say from 2015, 2016, all the way through towards the end of 2021. I'll give you anecdotally myself, I lost 80,000 or so, and not until, this is literal, not until you purchase Twitter did I start gaining followers again in a fairly robust
where Democrats were not censored and left causes were not censored, but right causes and Republicans were. And it was, and I think this is frankly obvious to anyone who uses Twitter without any expose of Twitter files. It was not even-handed, and it's frankly the behavior that is to be expected from an organization that is based in San Francisco, which is far left. So from their standpoint, it wouldn't seem like that they're being unfair. That from their standpoint, it's simply how they see the world. I mean, I think Matt posted like political contributions of Twitter being over 99% Democrat. So, well, what kind of viewpoint would you expect people to have then? It's the behavior you'd expect from a company that is essentially a distillation of San Francisco politics.
And I hope that
by the way, just really quick, by the way, I want to
Sorry,
make a
I have a question.
suggestion. I want to
Yeah.
make a suggestion real quick. Elon, when you are speaking, we can hear you really well. When you are listening, the background noise from your jet is interfering a little bit.
Okay, sure.
Can you just mute
He
yourself
needs
when you
an
are not
EV jet.
speaking?
Yeah. So anyway, I have a question. Like, so when
Will
you're,
do.
making the files available to everybody, or rather more people, I would just like to request that that I don't know, give it to me because I work for Rebel News, and I think we could do a tremendous job covering this as much as anybody else, really. Yeah.
So
But it's my...
Tim Cass is trying to come up, by the way, Elon, just to ask you a question. But in the meantime, I just want to go back, and I know that Persistence has a question as well. I'll give you the mic right after Persistence. But one question again, back to the advertisers, Elon. Not sure if you heard it before. Any progress there with the advertisers that stopped advertising on Twitter, which we all agree is just not right, and any other strategies to bring revenue outside of advertising? You're muted, Elon.
Yeah, so I mean, so Apple has fully resumed advertising, which is appreciated. Apple is the single biggest advertiser on Twitter, and historically and presently. So, thanks Apple for fully resuming advertising. And I think we're seeing we are starting to see a lot of other advertisers also resume their spending. I think the problem is that they would read all these stories in the media and then think that they were true, and they're not true. And then as it's becoming clear that the media stories about Twitter being some sort of like right-wing hellscape, which it absolutely isn't. And in fact, it is. There are far fewer bots, far fewer trolls, and it's actually, I think, way more fun and interesting. And we're seeing that in the user minutes and in the daily average users. Then advertisers are like, oh, okay, I guess maybe it is safe to get back in the water. And so we are seeing advertisers resume advertising on Twitter. So that's a good sign. I wish it would be faster, but we are seeing them resume. The more concerning factor on the advertising front is just the entire industry-wide drop in advertising, which Twitter is not immune from. So even though advertisers do get back on, the advertising expenditures in general are dropping for all companies. And so it is imperative that Twitter have an alternate revenue source, hence the subscriber revenue, which is just very important for both of the survival and of Twitter, and to reduce its dependence on advertisers. So yeah, overall, I'm cautiously optimistic about the future. Yeah, so
And
yeah,
I'll add one point of credit. Like I have no stance. I have nothing against the old executives at Twitter, etc. But very objectively speaking, what you've done in a month, and again, that's purely being objective. What you've done in a month is fucking insane. The amount of progress that you've had and where Twitter is at now in such a short period of time. So not that you need more credit because you're getting a lot here, but I just want to add to it as well. I'll give the mic to the Persistence who's been waiting for a while, and then Spike. Go ahead, Persistence.
I mean, for the most part, the advertisers are quite rational in that, if you, especially if you're advertising a family friendly product, that you don't want to be sort of, like let's say you're advertising a Disney movie, you don't want to have like some super negative um, sort of hate speech, or to the and also movie or whatever. And you also they don't want to have not safe for work content right next to ads for children toys and stuff like that. So that stuff is quite reasonable, and I agree with that. Advertisers have a right to have their advertising be next to non-advertising content that is consistent with their brand. So that really just means not attempting to monetize with advertising content that advertisers are uncomfortable with. So I think in general it's been okay. I think there has been some overzealous action by activist groups that pressure the advertisers, that then in turn pressure Twitter, and we're trying to sort of that I thought was somewhat unreasonable, but I think it's going to trend in a good direction going forward, but. They're like, they're basically they end up reading the sort of mainstream media, and it's like, and then they end up with all the wrong impressions of what's going on. And I said, well, have you tried using Twitter? Do you see these things for yourself? And they're like, actually, it seems fine when we use Twitter. Like, yes, that's because it is fine. And so then, and then I also tell them, like, look, as we try to grow Twitter's user base, if a new user comes on Twitter and then is immediately attacked by trolls and dumped on, they're going to want to leave. So, because who wants to go? It's like going into a party or something, and everyone just starts yelling at you. You're going to want to leave that party. So, Twitter does need to be a more welcoming environment for new users, and so the incentives are actually aligned. That if people come on and they see interesting, funny tweets, things that where they learn something new, or it's entertaining, it's funny, it's like that's the kind of thing that we should see more of, and that's consistent with what most advertisers want, I think, and what Twitter wants in order to grow the user base, and then just generally over time, it's like kind of people can be, I think, to some degree choose what sort of experience they're like. Just like you can choose a radio station, like some people want to listen to sort of smooth jazz, easy listening, or they may want to go to pop music, or they want to go to heavy metal thrash, and to each their own. Or if this was do you want to have like full contact martial arts, or do you want to have light contact, or do you want to do yoga? And you can decide which one of those, what kind of experience you want. That's going to be important in order to have Twitter appeal to a broad audience. Yeah, so that's the rough game plan.
Tom, I'll let
Elon,
you got a question, Tom?
I just wanted to ask really quick. He had mentioned different color check marks for verification for different entities. Was that still going to be part of the new verification process?
Oh yes, we need to know about this.
Yeah, so again, like the goal is like to say, how do you convey to people using Twitter as quickly as possible and as clearly as possible what they're seeing. So there will be a gold check mark for commercial organizations, a gray check mark for government, and a blue check mark for verified individuals. And then there will also be an organizational affiliation logo. So like next to your check, if you, let's say, a verified user, if you are a professor at Stanford and Stanford is participating in identifying who is a professor, then there would be like a tiny Stanford logo that would appear next to your blue check mark. So then as you're scrolling, it's like you can see, oh, this is actually a Stanford professor, or this person actually does work at Coca-Cola, and there's the clarity there.
Will there be a process for this to apply for an organization for, let's say you're a part of a small news organization and you want to apply for this status? Will it be available to the public, or is this something that's going to be very selective?
No, it will be available to the public. So it's sort of, so it's not going to be like an anointed set of companies. Now, there will be a strong policy against impersonation and deception. So if someone's attempting to deceive users, then their account will be suspended. So that's yeah.
I've got a question here. I'll give it to Tom, just by a pretty notable person that doesn't want to disclose their identity, but it's a simple question. By the way, anyone that has a question, you could DM me. The team is checking all the DMs. The question is plans for crypto Twitter payments, whether it's going to be like WeChat or whether you have plans at all.
Dogecoin.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hell yeah, Dogecoin to the moon.
Doge the moon.
Yeah,
I think we do want to have Twitter enable both regular payments and fiat currency, and make it easier to transact with crypto. Yeah.
Okay, I've got another question here from a big YouTuber as well. Elon, one of the first, so they're asking, they want to bring YouTube creators to Twitter. What's your plan with, what's your Twitter creator plan, if there is one?
Yeah, so, well, for video, we need to upgrade the Twitter system to be able to have longer video, and then enable creators to derive revenue from viewership, which is a combination of advertising and subscription. So these are obviously things that need to happen. Like I said, in order for these to happen, like you could have a wish list a mile long, but if the engine of engineering is not fixed, the wish list. So that's why I am focused on fixing Twitter engineering first and foremost. In the absence of that, you could have a wish. Whatever you wish for cannot be done because the engineering is not working.
Hey, I have a really great suggestion for you, Elon.
And right after Kim, I'll let Tom jump in right after you. Just Tom, sorry for delaying it so much. Go ahead, Kim. Sorry.
Yeah, you know how foreign media is labeled on Twitter often as like Russian-controlled, state-controlled media. Why don't we do the same thing in the US with all of these media organizations that are telling us go to war? This is all great. Like, why don't we label them as well?
Really, who really has editorial control should be clear, because that's all part of like trying to give users of Twitter the most accurate and truthful understanding of what's going on, and be able to calibrate what they read and see or hear on Twitter, to be able to calibrate the truthfulness as a function of where is it coming from, who is the author, who is controlling this from an editorial standpoint, and so then they can apply reasonable judgment in that case.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think that would be a really good thing to level the playing field, because when you want to find out about what's going on in Ukraine and you get it from sources that are labeled in a certain way, and then the US news sources are not labeled at all, the problem with that is that people think this source is trustworthy and this source is not trustworthy. So if Twitter has labels like this, then they need to be applied fairly also against media that is clearly pro-war and clearly infiltrated by commentators.
This is the maximum truth is the truth still set you free. So, yep, I agree.
Tom, do you want to ask? I know you've been waiting for a while, Tom.
Thank you for having me.
I'm gonna have to sign off soon, so maybe just a couple more questions, and then I gotta go back to work here.
I'll ask. I'll let Tom jump in because he's been waiting.
Quickly, Elon,
yeah,
you
just
are the timeline
just before
disruptor,
guys.
And we appreciate keep innovating and keep creating. Thank you.
And Elon, I'll shot his. Go ahead, Tom. I'll let you ask your question, Tom, and then I'll jump in. Go ahead, Tom.
I don't think Tom's here.
Yeah, so I'll jump in, Elon. My question to you, because Tom's
not
working on his end. Well, it's actually a simple question. I'm gonna shoot my shot. If I can get a DM on Twitter, so I have a line of communication, and then I can try to get you on, convince you to join more spaces. So it's not a question. It's just giving it a shot on my end. I appreciate you joining again.
This is Tom again.
Oh yeah, Tom, go ahead, man. I said my word. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tom Fitton with Judicial Watch, Elon. Appreciate your public service and your transparency efforts here. My concern is, as the head of a watchdog group, is the government corruption in response, not only to what you potentially may uncover, but in response to what you're doing. And when you have the President of the United States from the podium celebrate his election victory by calling for a national security review of your activities, you have senators, focusing on you, you have other government agencies investigating you and your other businesses. Are you concerned, A, about the retaliation, and B, are you seeing evidence of it already?
You're muted, Elon.
Well, government is slow to act. So this is the thing about it that's important to appreciate about anything government related, is that they're not nimble; they are slow. So I think the actions that we'll see, and I think there probably will be some actions, will happen, but they'll happen slowly. And it's only been a month so far, but I would expect some. There's probably at least a few nefarious things that are in the works right now. I'd say it would be naive to assume that there are no nefarious things. And so I guess but I will just expose them on Twitter and see what happens.
Well, the most important thing, you don't have any suicidal thoughts, do you, Elon?
I do not have any suicidal thoughts. If I committed suicide, it's not real.
Bro, that was dark.
That was a good one.
Clay, I know Elon has to jump off, so maybe one more question or one or two. Clay, and then Ian, I'll let you end it, Ian, because you've done a great.
What kind of process is in play there, and to what extent can that happen? Because I think you're right. The sunlight of the government being embarrassed when they're going after James Woods, for instance, would drastically reduce any attempts at censorship. What's the update there? What kind of time frame? And do you think that's able to be implemented?
You're muted, Elon.
I mean, as I said earlier, like we will, Twitter will do whatever it is allowed to do within the boundaries of the law to be as transparent and open as possible. And even if we currently are, and I don't know this to be the case, but if we are currently constrained by the law, I think we will push to have the law modified to reduce those constraints. Um, because I think we have to, we have to fight hard for free speech, which is the bedrock of a functioning democracy. So, um, and I think you'll see the proof will be in the pudding, and in the coming months, I think you'll see dramatic improvements in the transparency and trustworthiness of Twitter, and I think hopefully you've seen at least some of that already. And it will get better, and I think it will get better in an accelerating way. Provided I don't accidentally suicide myself, which I'm not going to do.
Elon, thank you so much for your time today. You have been such a blessing to join us, to give us your insights. I really appreciate it. Don't forget to make that poll for Edward Snowden and Julian Assange, please.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what the public thinks of these two people and what they're fighting for.
Okay. I will do the poll, and I will emphasize that I'm not making a judgment here. I'm just asking the people. I'll this is just a question. I'm not.
Yeah.
This is...
Okay, so I got a question since this is the last one. What message do you have for all the haters and losers out there who are making fun of you or attacking Twitter? Said it was going to die like 4 weeks ago. What's your message to them?
Twitter is alive, baby. It's alive.
Hell yeah.
More alive than it's ever been.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Beautiful.
I look forward to the Tesla earnings call right here on Twitter with you, Elon Musk.
Yeah, well, I think it will work. I got the DM, so I assume the promise you made you, Kim, and the promise you made you, Tara, should go through. Elon, really appreciate you, and hope to see you again.
My DM, Mario.
Hope to see you back.
I got questions.
Hope to see you again soon, Elon. I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
And for everyone in the audience, quickly, everyone in the audience, just check the pinned tweet as well. I've just got the next space as well.
Congratulations, guys. That was amazing. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just for everyone listening, the next space is above pinned tweet, so you can set your reminders there, just to before I forget. But fuck yeah, guys, that was everyone's muted. That was fucking insane. There you go.
Muted everybody.
But you should see the amount, guys. You should see the speakers that were trying to request to speak. My space was glitching like crazy. A lot of people are angry. But man, you can't imagine some of the names that wanted to speak.
Some people are mauling about me. To my knowledge, they're mauling about me on their timeline. They're like, "Why is Ian speaking to Elon?" I don't know. Don't be bitter. Don't be salty.
Why does Elon speak to you? I mean, Elon responds to you very often, Ian. He likes your commentary and enjoys what you have to say. So clearly, it's very obvious.
I've got a question for you, Ian. I've got a question for you, and maybe other speakers could speak afterwards. Your biggest takeaways, because some people missed the entire Elon discussion. Mine is, I know it might sound silly, but when he talked about getting shot, etc., was joke, no joke. When we asked it, is he worried in any way? That is probably something the media will probably eat up, because it's a pretty strong statement to make. So that's my biggest take from the space. What's yours, Ian?
My biggest take from the space is how engaging he was with the audience, with the public. He didn't put himself above anybody else. He was just like anybody else, trying to do the right thing. And he has nothing but my support and admiration, because I think everybody should be like that, right? He's not in this for ego. He's not in this for money. He's in this because he wants to make the future better. If you had any doubts about the guy, if you had any questions as to why he was doing this, does he want to control people? millennia of tyranny, and we are at a precipice here where we can go back to tyranny, or we can, go to the stars and have freedom and democracy, and that is what he wants for us. And to me, that is inspiring. And for anybody to question that, not even question it, but to attack it, it's like, I question you. You're standing on the wrong side of history.
I want to add as well, like, if you think he's doing it for any greedy reasons, and
No,
I'm very objective. No, look, he's even discussed, I think with Jack, I think there was leaked DMs from memory about decentralizing Twitter, or ways to decentralize Twitter. Like, this is the complete opposite of what any capitalist would want to do. So that's another point there.
It's like he's like a guy who makes money so that he can use it, right? Not in the SBF kind of way, like, oh, I'm going to give it to Democratic Party officials or something. No, it's like, I make the money so I can do something good with it. And yeah, you make more money in the process, but so what? I mean, that's capitalism, that's reality, that's life, right? But he's using it for a good end.
It takes balls, even for a billionaire. It takes balls to do what he did.
$44 billion is no, it's like, it's larger than most countries.
In a month, $44 million, firing X% of Twitter, and then laying off most of the staff. And then, guys, whoever's unmuted, just mute.
He's hired more people. Keep in mind, he's hired people like George Hotz, who's amazing, right? He's like a legend in the programming community. He's hiring those people, and they're making Twitter this big platform, Twitter 2.0. It's going to be a better place, bigger place.
And then reinstating a lot of people, taking jabs at mainstream media, and now the leaks. It's like one thing after another. It's only been a month. It just takes guts, and that could either succeed spectacularly, or it could fail miserably. And at the moment, everything's pointing towards a pretty big success. Obviously, that's why we're all spending time on Twitter rather than other platforms. Like, I've stopped spending time on any other platforms.
I could be
just
playing a video
on
game
Twitter
right now, but you know what? I'm spending time on Twitter. It's the best video game in existence. It's true.
The persistence. Go ahead.
Well, I think the biggest takeaway is that Elon is leveling the playing field. That you don't have to have bags of cash anymore. It's not pay for play. I mean, it is, if you've got $8, but that's the genius behind it.
$8, yeah, price of a latte.
It's not going to be the advertisers who are calling the shots anymore. It's we, the people. And Kim said it best earlier, that if you care about free speech, if you want to support Elon, then that $8 is going to make sure that we, the people, are the ones with the say. And, to everyone saying that, democracy is so important. Well, there is nothing more democratic or populist than what Elon is creating with this social media. And having those blue check marks be available to all of us is going to, again, make sure that the playing field is leveled, so that you don't just have journos or organizations that are at the top of the higher echelon.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring up. By the way, Elon is in the audience listening, so he's sucking in all the compliments.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Anyone that's requesting to speak, I'm trying to bring you up, and if it drops you again, just try again. It's glitching like crazy.
I can jump in.
Mario, if you don't mind, I would like to give us all a quick
man.
summary.
Please do.
So, what are the most important things that we've learned from this space? Right. Number one, Elon obviously wants to continue with his fight for free speech. Number two, he's made very clear that no government should be telling us what disinformation or misinformation is. It's not up to them to decide that. What's also important is that, the media, and he's made that quite clear, that has been trying to cover up the Hunter Biden story in order for their candidate that they wanted to push to succeed, that they are under fire now, that was wrong. And that's why their defense is now to attack Elon and to say that this is really not a big issue or a big story, which is obviously completely false. Elon also said that it's important for him, that he has more freedom to do the things that he wants to do, by not being dependent on advertisers that can easily be scared away, by, again, politics, by politicians, by political parties. So the best thing that we can do really to support him and give him the power to succeed in this fight for free speech is to become subscribers, I mean, let's just help this guy out by putting our money where our mouth is. We want him to succeed for all of us. So, let's give him this independence from advertisers, right?
And then
on top, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I was just agreeing with you. My bad.
Yeah, no, that's okay. And then, obviously he understands that there is a risk to him and his businesses, and for him to put himself in the firing line, basically, to try and make sure that humanity has freedom and has a future in which, any individual has a voice and anybody can thrive. It's important to acknowledge that, that he understands there's a risk even to his life potentially, and he is doing this not for profit, not for his ego, but because he is someone who likes freedom and who is fighting bullies and is for justice. So we just should just all acknowledge that. Anyone who had any doubt about why he bought Twitter should really just listen to the space. It's recorded. You can listen to it again, once we are off, and just listen to the genuine interest that Elon has and why he's doing it. So that's my 2 cents about it.
I think the problem with a lot of people is that they're so cynical. People are so cynical that they assume Elon is just as bad as anybody else, right? Because a lot of people in power, they make a bunch of promises, but they don't stick to it. Whereas Elon, when he makes a promise, he actually keeps it. That's the difference. And he takes full responsibility for every mistake that he does. That is quite unheard of, especially in a world where, executives will take a golden parachute and never admit fault. He's the one guy who doesn't do that.
I think that there are
go ahead, John, and then right after you, Evan, as well. I know you've been waiting for a while. Go ahead, John.
I got to say that I was a little breathless throughout this entire thing, not only to the comments by Elon, but also everyone in the audience. And that's my first point. We are seeing a coming of age of Twitter Spaces in of itself. When I saw the number go over 100,000, it's really establishing a certain gravitas and reality to this platform as a functional town square. So kudos to everybody, to the technical side and to the social side. Number one. Number two, Elon said something that I found very interesting because he coupled free speech with commerce. And I can't quote him exactly, but he did say something about commerce is essential. And I think that harkens back to what's going on with the pay platform on Twitter and other
all about trade. And what is trade? It's the exchange of goods and services, and in this case, ideas between multiple people. So having commerce and free speech, it goes hand in hand. Without it, you basically have, dystopian communism or something. And to have that, I mean, he's like opposed to that, like diametrically. And Twitter is the embodiment of that. It's going to be the embodiment of that, where we'll have actual commerce. People will be able to trade ideas and trade goods and services. I love it personally.
Real quick, my tweet about if I commit suicide, it's fake, blew up on Twitter a little bit too. So that was.
Who made that tweet? He did.
I did. John.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
It's a timestamp, and I put the date and the time, so it's a timestamp, and it's real interesting.
Go ahead, Evan. I'm going to check it out now, John, and retweet it. Evan, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, guys. So good job on this whole Twitter space. I just had a point that's probably not the most popular one, but it's something that I think about all the time whenever I'm listening to, any sort of discussion on Twitter, on the internet. And the problem that I have is with free speech right now on the internet, it's really catered towards just definitive, concise statements and opinions. And I'm someone who's super logical. I don't have an agenda, and I agree and disagree partially with pretty much everyone that I hear that speaks. And it seems like there's not really a place for somebody like, that has that sort of mindset to talk, whether it's on Twitter or anywhere, because it's always very, black and white. And someone like myself either usually just stays quiet or turns to comedy. Comedy has that sort of like dark side of, you could see every, truth for what it is, but there's not really a good, like, logical way to sort of express yourself, in a formative way. It's always like whoever screams the loudest and is the most definitive gets the attention. And, again, it's like me bringing this up is like kind of like might sound pointless in a discussion like this because it's not very definitive. But I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on that.
Ian, do you want to jump in on this one?
What was the question again? I was looking at
Yeah,
Twitter.
yeah, me too. I think we're all looking at tweets. Yeah, this is. I was doing the same thing. I was trying to find John's tweet. I just tweeted it myself, and I put the link to the space because I think it's a good tweet. So John, I stole your tweet, but I want to apologize live on space. But yeah, Evan, do you want to ask your question again, bro? Me and Ian will listen.
I mean that
stealing is fine,
that almost
guys.
maybe proved my point of maybe it's not, this is something that isn't spoken about or maybe not cared about. But the problem that I have with free speech on the internet is that it caters towards very concise, definitive statements and opinions. And I'm someone who's very logical. I don't have, luckily I'm pretty comfortable with myself, so I don't have an agenda. And I agree and disagree with partially with everyone who speaks. And there's not really a place on the internet for someone like that to express themselves, other than maybe turning to something like, comedy, because comedy is sort of just, could agree or disagree with everything.
That's a very, now that I listen to it, it's a very good point. That's something I'm battling with as well, because I made a tweet a while ago. Mainstream media is biased, yet social is full of echo chambers. So that's something I stand for as well, as being objective. And Kim knows this. Like, we always get debates going on, and Spaces is offering that opportunity, and having places like this where you get different views coming together. Like, I've brought up people from the left, people from the right on stage today and in previous spaces.
I just think that there needs to be like a louder position for people like that. For people like that, it's just not as dramatic, and it doesn't seem as, I guess, purposeful compared to somebody screaming with a very strong opinion. But I think there's tons of people who think like me, and they just don't say anything, because what's the point? Because you could disagree and agree with both sides, and you're just kind of like, this is, the easiest way for me usually is just to make fun of it and just turn to comedy and just, kind of think that the whole thing's ridiculous because you hear these people being extremists on both sides. But yeah, I don't actually
it's
don't
just
have a solution. I'm just curious.
No, look, I think one thing I've said is, like, if everyone agrees with me all the time, then I'm not doing a good job. So it's just very important to have people disagree with you. And if I'm agreeing with everyone on stage, like, even if Elon Musk says something I disagree with, I would actually say, like, I can't help myself and disagree.
Neural network, right? It's my neural network to disagree with somebody. If I just have to say it, it has to be done, right?
Yeah, it's just, but I think it's also against human nature. Like, it's so difficult to do. Like, I'm sure you'll agree, Ian and Evan and anyone else. Like, for anybody, it's really hard to contradict yourself and to change your mind. And I just don't know. Like, I'm gonna be a bit cynical here. Like, I don't know whether it's gonna be really difficult to fix the bias we're seeing in mainstream media. And even mainstream media, I'm not against mainstream media. And again, not all media is the same. It's not all one bucket and everyone's the same. Some are biased, more biased than others. But I just don't, like, we've got an opportunity to fix that bias with what's happening now on Twitter, and hopefully other social platforms will follow suit. But
I think the issue is that we need new blood, right? I mean, the mainstream media, what is the mainstream media? It's made up of individuals. You replace those individuals with better ones, and suddenly it's changed. It's changed the landscape, whether this means changing the C-suite people, the executives, or just the editors or the producers. I don't know, right? But what needs to happen is change needs to happen. And the mainstream media right now has stagnated to a point where, once it used to do journalism, now it does bias, it does propaganda, it does one-sided reporting, fake news, right, as Trump likes to say. And that needs to change. So you change the people, and suddenly the mainstream media is okay again. Maybe this means creating a new mainstream media, an alternative media. And I think Twitter as a platform is ripe for it, because we're seeing, independent journalists like Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi, they're growing, and they're going to be releasing the Twitter files later today. Keep in mind, that's what we're here for. And so it's exciting to see where this goes in the future. So there is no single dominant narrative. There's multiple narratives.
And since we've got the mic as well, I would urge anyone that has a podcast, anyone that has a show, anyone that does spaces, bring speakers you disagree with at all times, because you're going to naturally bring people you agree with. Force yourself in at least once a week, or at least in every space. Always bring people you disagree with. Every space I do, at least half the space, half the panel, I disagree with, or I try not to disagree with anyone, but at least, some other panelists disagree with them. So I think if we do that, there needs to be a systematic change in how we are incentivized as you know, people that spread messages, whether it's through mainstream media or Twitter Spaces. The incentives of mainstream media are skewed, chasing clicks and getting influenced by money and advertisers. Hopefully, the way that Spaces are going to be monetized moving forward would you know, alter the incentives in a way to allow for more, not only free speech, but free speech that's not echo chamber, that's more
Right.
balanced as well.
Guys, if I
Yeah,
may,
and
one
I think
second.
that maybe I agree. Like spaces are a great way, or an actual discussion, not just definitive statements that are echo chambered, but also maybe a
Without
way that it's easily
without worrying
accessible.
about getting suspended. Without worrying about getting
Yeah,
suspended. It's a very
Yeah, you
important
can
change
speak
as
your
well
But,
here.
mind.
but
Well,
so
maybe
that's the
I
biggest
just
thing.
want to emphasize something real quick. Matt Taibbi has made a tweet 30 minutes ago that I think people should pay attention to. He says, looking forward to going through all the tweets complaining about PR for the richest men on earth and seeing how many of them have run stories for anonymous sources at the FBI, CIA, the Pentagon, and the White House. So I think everyone should read that story and amplify that tweet, because he's making an important point. These media organizations are pointing the finger at him for being a PR guy, when in reality, that's what they do all day, every day for the government and for the intelligence community.
Oh yes, they're mouthpieces. They're mouthpieces for the intelligence community. And of course, you know, you go back to the 1970s when it was nefarious, where they would infiltrate newsrooms and no one knew that these people were
Operation
inside of the news.
Mockingbird.
That these
Yeah, it's
people were
Operation Mockingbird.
exactly, that these people were inside newsrooms, and now they're just actively on the payroll. You know, let's go to General what's his name to get some insight now on this this war update. Let's go to former CIA what's his name to get an update here, and of course they're all on the payroll now. Now it's just out there in the open.
Right. Can I just want to
I can
chime
see,
in
by
real
the way,
quickly.
you've created, John, you've created a movement. I can see a lot of big names tweeting the same thing you did. If
I know.
I tweeted it, I retweeted yours. If I committed suicide, it's not real. Everyone's tweeting it.
Everybody, it's great. A couple quick points. Number one, I think that we have to recognize that there's a new guiding principle that Elon has established here, and this is it. Don't mistake intensity for hostility. He wants us to be engaged, to bring a solid point of view. So for me, he wants the debate, he wants the dialogue, he wants to hear the other opinions, and that echoes some of the people in this room today. So I would argue that's a guiding principle. The other one is first principles that we all know about, but first principles have another dimension, and that's truth. And that goes back actually to Aristotle and fundamental philosophical aspects of what drives humanity, the aspect of truth and beauty, actually. So I think we're seeing the emergence of these two fundamental realities come to life in a very, very, very interesting and robust way this evening.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let's go
Mario, I
through.
would like to make a suggestion to you real quick.
Tell me, Kim.
You know, this was such an important space. Would you mind if we close this one and open it right again? Because there will be a lot of journalists who will want to go through the audio and write stories for tomorrow. And I think we should give them the opportunity.
I've made it. I had a solution for it, Kim. Because when you close it and you reopen it, a lot of the audience wouldn't join again. But I did something. The team did record it. So any journalist that wants a recording, there was a separate device recording the entire space. So we can send you the recording of Elon speaking. So anyone, any journalist, just DM us as we did before, and we can send you through the recording so you can go through it. Because we had that issue with the SBF thing, Kim. Journalists were going crazy because we did the space for like 10 hours and they wanted the recording. So since then, so I had to close the space then. So since then, we just record it on a separate device.
Is it possible for your team to just tweet out a link to that recording? I mean, there are
we'll
many
have them.
sites.
We'll have them upload it and post it now. I'll get them to do it now.
Fantastic.
Good point, Kim.
Great. Thank you.
Any other insights, guys? Because I know it was
Just
a long discussion with Elon. Go ahead.
I just want to jump back in that one tweet. The most dangerous censorship isn't speech; it's the control and manipulation of commerce. And I think that is, you so well articulated that it's the free exchange of commerce, but that's cognitive as well as functional. So I think that's a really interesting little tidbit that came out of here. Thanks again for the opportunity to contribute, guys. I very much appreciate it.
It was an insane space, and that's like I've had a whole bunch of people here. I've had Elon before, and that's probably my highlight to date. Michael, what's your biggest take from this? And then Evan.
Hey, how's it going?
Unless you Evan, go ahead,
First,
man.
I've had a nagging thought that I might have inadvertently interrupted while the room was on, so I apologize if so, or maybe I'm just hallucinating. But this is actually my first
hallucinating. Bro.
Okay, good.
You're hallucinating. You're hallucinating.
Okay, good. Yeah, you know, one thought that I had that I'm sort of curious to hear others react to is, as I was listening to Elon, you know, I have sort of competing instincts because on the one hand, yeah, I'm a journalist, you know, I'm a journalist sort of a different vein than most, but still I have like journalistic instincts that are kind of my operating principle. And so from that standpoint, I do think it's healthy and even required to sort of maintain a bit of, you know, maintain critical distance from him, or like be skeptical, rationally skeptical of him. After all, he is extraordinarily powerful, right? And I think, you know, that's still warranted, but at the same time, as I'm listening to him, I can't really think of a well-founded reason to doubt his sincerity or doubt that he's being sincere when, for example, he says that he was impelled to buy Twitter because of some sort of nebulous intuition he had about the betterment of humanity and the advancement of consciousness. You know, I could see a cynical interpretation of that being, oh, that's just kind of nonsense. He's just, you know, pontificating and it's all like raw profit motive, but that doesn't seem like it would make sense at all if that's what he was solely interested in. So I guess I don't have like a fully formed conclusion here. I'm just sort of wondering like what people think of that.
Yeah, I want to add to it. I think it's a very good point you made. By the way, can anyone check when the next drop is? Season 2 of the leaks. I think everyone's waiting for that, so we can cover it live. So I think Tara, you're the queen of this, so you can just interrupt us when you see a drop by Elon or Matt or whoever the person's tweeting it. But yeah, just to add to your point, Michael. I want to agree with you. Like I disagree with a lot of things. If anyone doesn't disagree with anything that Elon ever said, then there's something wrong with you. You can't agree with someone 100%, or you can, but it's very rare. But I just cannot find any reason to, like, I try to challenge myself. Like maybe Elon's doing these things for another reason, or maybe there's an agenda, blah, blah, blah. And then just the actions, all of them just don't point in that direction. So like, whether you agree or disagree with Elon, I think there's, you know, objectively speaking, his actions are heading in the right direction, to say the least. And again, that's coming from a very objective perspective, not as a fanboy, at least not from me. Not sure about you, Michael.
You know, even earlier this week, it's funny because I tweeted a screenshot of Twitter's content moderation policy circa 2015, which was incredibly bare bones compared to what it is now, where it's gotten, you know, absurdly bloated and is infused with all this jargon and sort of like therapeutic moralism nonsense. And I thought to myself, hey, like, let's just plug it into the Twitter URL into the Wayback Machine. Look at what the policy was in 2015, just as I just sort of picked it out of the air. And sure enough, it seemed like a much more rational policy than is the case today. You know, basically just all that's prohibited strictly is direct, personalized threats of violence. And there also is a targeted harassment component there that's a little bit more ambiguous, but even so, it's so much more simplified than the current policy. So I just put it out there saying that, you know, this would be considered fascist today. And Elon actually, of his own accord, replied to it. Said it was a good. Seemed like it was. He said that it seemed sensible to him. And I don't know. I just, you know, when I see stuff like that, when I see him engaging for however long he did tonight, with, you know, a seemingly unfiltered sort of stream of people, none all of whom are going to be necessarily friendly to him. I don't know. I can't help but think that there has to be some undercurrent of genuineness there that is worth not being totally cynical about. You know, even when Kanye got banned this week, which was not the most pleasant thing, I was a bit wary because I just couldn't tell like what the principle was. I mean, what was it? Just an arbitrary sort of ad hoc discretionary thing because they don't have the full rules settled yet. I don't know. It's hard to say. So it seemed like maybe a deviation from what I would have thought would have been done under his tutelage. But even in light of that, I mean, you could see how maybe it's not the craziest thing to have had to have made sort of a an ad hoc sort of intervention like that, and it's like almost so that's what I thought of when he was saying, look, like the overall trajectory, even if it's iterative, even if it's in fits and starts, is toward a particular end that ultimately seeks to, advance human consciousness. And I'm not, that's not like my lingo that I would necessarily most naturally use, but I kind of get the gist, and it seems sincere enough to me.
I want to see who's, just some people are telling me the stage only has 3 speakers. I could see a lot more. Kim, Tara, are you with me? Ian, are you with me, guys?
Yeah, I'm here, but my app is completely glitched, so
Yeah,
still
me too.
quite
Tara,
confused.
you're with me, Tara? Says your co-host.
I don't see
Tara, no.
co-host abilities. Oh yeah, I do
Okay.
now. Oh, it just
I'll try to.
updated.
Perfect. Perfect. Ian, are you with us? Let's do a check on who's here. Ian is glitching out. Clayton, Evan is here. Perfect. Clayton, Will, and the persistence. Are you there? And Trevor. All right, it's glitching for all of them.
Yeah, I'm here.
Has
Trevor's here.
Eric Finman had an
Persistence here.
opportunity to
Perfect.
speak yet, Mario?
Not sure who you're referring to because I can't see them on stage. I'll let you give them the mic because I
Not
can't
ju-
see them on stage.
Thanks, Tara. I appreciate it. This is Eric Finman, Vinco Ventures here. But yeah, that was one of the best Twitter Spaces I think that's ever been on here. And the amount of speakers that we had, particularly the Tara, the Persistence, Kim.com. I mean, just in Gorka, incredible. Tom, incredible group. And I have to say, I just find it absolutely funny. Tommy Viator, if I'm butchering his last name, came up on here and had the audacity to just China's literally banned Twitter, and he's like, what are you doing for free speech in China? It's like
Oh,
they
was that
literally
him
banned
asking
it.
that question about what are you going to do to help Iran and China?
Yep, that was him.
Oh,
That was
okay.
him.
Well,
And it's
that
just
adds
like
some context.
it's just the most hilarious thing. And I saw he just tweeted just all these crazy right-wing people shut me out. It's like, no, it's like, check your facts beforehand, but anyways, it just was, I think, one of the best spaces with incredible speakers. So thank you, Tara, thank you, Mario, thank you, Kim.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I had to
Thank
move
you,
some
Eric.
people down
Just a
because
couple months ago, the media was saying, naming all these other things that Elon should be doing with his $44 billion, if you don't remember. And now they're saying, well, now that you've taken Twitter, now what can you do? Now free Iran and China and let them have access to Twitter. Unfortunately, that's not up to Elon Musk.
Right, that Elon Musk should spend $44 billion to eradicate world hunger, and we just literally lost $20 billion in Ukraine. We can't find it under the bed, the couch cushions. Like that's Elon Musk's responsibility.
That's Tommy. That's Tommy Viator trying to like impose this messianic sort of conceit on Elon Musk, because that pretty much was the conceit in the pre-Musk Twitter regime, right? They had even had these designated employees that were like focused on human rights. Now, why does Twitter need a human rights bureau? I don't know, but they had it, and that seems to be some of the fat that Elon trimmed. And so, but it doesn't surprise me that Tommy Viator is trying to like make it seem that oh my God, Elon Musk is this opponent of human rights, or he doesn't want to stand up for the people of Iran and China, as though like he can single-handedly impose regime change or something.
Well,
that's what was so interesting to me. Sorry. That was what's so interesting to me, that it was like when I saw these departments, like the UN Twitter Relations Department or something like that, like I was like, wait, I didn't even know these existed. I mean, it was insane.
Hey guys, just a couple minutes ago, Elon did make a tweet saying just a note to thank advertisers for returning to Twitter. And I think that, goes to show you how much what you guys say here matters. So he went and tweeted that out. If you guys want to go retweet him and comment and like it. And honestly, I'm going to make more of an effort to engage with promoted tweets too, just to show advertisers like it's paying off.
Yeah, that's the thing that I took away from it on an advertising and a marketing perspective, because he did mention the fact that due to the $8 subscription fee, a lot of revenue is coming from that instead of just advertisers. So it kind of gets it opens Twitter's hands to allow them to do things like free speech, because all these social media apps, their only revenue is mainly from advertisers, so they kind of have their hands tied. So I'm just looking to see how that's going to change on this platform now that they don't have to worry about that being the only section of revenue as a company.
I've got a question before we go to other speakers. Tara, do you know, as the queen of the leaks, when the leaks are going to happen?
Honestly, I thought that they may have, been planned sort of around when yesterday's were released, but I don't know.
I heard
Is
it was
there any
5
way to get
p.m.
Matt?
Yeah,
Is
if
there any
anyone
way
can
to
get
get Matt in
Matt.
here? Does anyone have a connection to Matt?
It'd be great. I'll see if I can ping him as well.
Yeah,
If anyone has,
and he's following me. I'll ask him to join.
Ah, perfect. Thanks, Kim. Go ahead, Perisher. Persistence, sorry.
When it comes to drops, I just quote Elon and just say 40 minutes until drop. But I thought it was very interesting that, we always talk about foreign interference. And in terms of the 2016 election, it was all about Russian interference. But I thought it was very intriguing how Elon mentioned that the possibility of having United States sponsored media as well. And I think that's very important that we also recognize, some of these nefarious acts are not just foreign, but they're coming domestically. And we saw that from the drop last night. That was based on the Dorsey Twitter regime, that we had the interference coming from within our own walls. And I think that transparency is going to bring about more credibility, not only to Twitter, but giving people more information to know who is receiving money and who is bought and paid for and who actually is doing things genuinely and authentically.
I would love that. I absolutely love that. I mean, but to me, it has to extend beyond print journalism. And I think when, when CNN shares a clip of their interview with General Petraeus, well, where is he coming from suddenly out of the blue? That, and putting out this narrative about Ukraine suddenly pops up out of the woodwork. Like, where is that coming from? How did he suddenly? And so then that becomes shared. And so it's, to me, it just can't be print. I would love to know from a video perspective. And that was one of the things that really stood out to me too, about what Twitter's going to do for video creators and long form video, and to really make Twitter a place where we know what's happening with YouTube and censorship. I mean, we've been banned and demonetized and blocked, and in a constant battle with their terms of service and what you can and cannot say under, with their ever changing terms of service. So to be able to have a platform where you can share and have stuff called out and called attention to, and would be really, really powerful.
It's glitching for a lot, guys. So anyone that can't come up, it's glitching. So I do apologize. Go ahead, Asha, and then Evan. Asha, go ahead. Hussein? Miss Hussein?
Yeah,
Hey,
thank you.
how are you?
Hey, good. Killer space. I mean, I think that's the best Elon space. Everybody can agree. He was so engaged, and everybody had really, really powerful questions. So I think some of the takeaways here are that Ian had a really masterful question. What spurred him to go ahead and acquire Twitter? And I think that that's so big, he had trouble articulating it. But I think that it's kind of a delicate subject. I mean, we all know people that, may have been engineers, Twitter before. We don't want to offend anybody, but the fact is, it was an unsustainable business model. It had been going on that way for a long time. As Price, Dan had said, that they were bleeding 4 million a day. By the way, Kim, that was awesome how you clipped him on that. But I think that it's clear to see that Elon has genuine betterment of humanity. Like his pursuits, his intentions are pure. I think that's pretty clear. So I think that he saw that the platform that is Twitter, the engine that is Twitter, I mean, 273 million, active users a month, that's too important to not give it the life raft that he did. So I don't think he has it all figured out yet. but now he's in a place where he can, you know, we can start, and like he said, you know, kind of attain some health to it. What I think that means, to support him, you know, we have to achieve multiple scalable paths of revenue. So of course, subscriptions, you know, I mean, I'm not going to beat everybody over the head to go ahead and do it, but I think that there's merit there. And also the big thing is advertising, or something that accomplishes advertising but doesn't look like advertising. And this is absolutely achievable. I think there's a better way to do it than sponsored posts. I think that there's a way to do what you would call immersive brand experiences with long form content when we get there, and with spaces. I mean, look at the millions of spaces that are happening every day. And now there's playbacks. So I come from startup. I was on the advertising side, and I worked with actually a competitor to Twitter, Twitter payments. I'm sorry, Square Register. I was a founding member of Breadcrumb. And one of the things that we worked on was all these kinds of things. But on the payment side, I think that you can involve brands and allow a path natively within Twitter to opt in for purchase. I think that might be what he's talking about with Twitter X, the everything platform. But again, I think that there's options for brands to get involved in spaces in a way that doesn't look like advertising.
The Twitter X, has that been confirmed in any way, or was it just dropped in a random meeting? How much do we know about Twitter X? Because I haven't looked into it.
Well, so Elon's been talking about that for a while. I think that he's been a little bit, like, you know, soft approach about it, but I mean, PayPal, before PayPal was PayPal, it was X. And I think that, I mean, he's mentioned it on Twitter. You know, we can look it up like a number of times, but he has said most recently that Twitter X, or X, will be the everything platform. So I think that that's the goal. I think that he's trying to pursue the most linear paths to revenue to get there, but it would be an all immersive experience. So, you know, you can play, you can order, you know, you can call, you can WhatsApp.
I've got a question for you, Aisha. By the way, if anyone has a hand up, you can just jump in, because I can't see hands up. It's glitching like crazy. And I'm trying to bring up Ian and a few other speakers that dropped. But a question for you: what would you say is a weakness that Twitter has right now? One, I'd give you one, like advertising, the dependence on advertisers. But obviously, Elon is, you know, dealing with this pretty well by the looks of it. Any, you know, the issues with the EU regulators in terms of you know, managing content, the current profitability or lack of profitability at Twitter. So there's 3 examples I can think of. Anything you would consider Achilles heel for Twitter right now?
I think that these are all challenges. I think that one of them could turn into an Achilles heel if he doesn't get a better handle on a bigger path to revenue. And again, I think that the damning word is advertising. There's reliance on it. If he can get around advertising, you know, if he can deliver.
But how? Like he's not the only social platform. Twitter's not the only social platform trying to move away from that dependence.
Of course.
And we've seen a lot of other executives at other companies mention the same thing over the last 12 months.
Right. Yeah, I mean,
Can I quickly just chime in really quick and say this is part of why I was encouraging Elon Musk to utilize Twitter Spaces for future earnings, you know, calls and things like that for Tesla, you know, in order to get other CEOs to do the same. And I've been to earnings calls with CEOs right here on Twitter. I think you're right, and I think that could lead to, you know, a potential for revenue generation just through that.
Right. Okay. I was wondering where you're going with that, Sarah. That's good looking out. So I think that it can be done in a way on Spaces that is kind of eluding the other social media platforms. So when you look at spaces, like Terra, I mean, you've got thousands of people participating. Terra would be more incentivized if, let's say she hit a benchmark. I don't want to give away my damn ideas here. Elon, hire me. But, let's say you were at 5,000. An option for an advertiser may appear. I mean, that would have to be engineered on the back end, but it would align with your audience, financial services products, for example. Let's say you got to 10,000 in a room, then a bigger or heavier ticket advertiser partner would appear as an option, and it would be dynamic. So you would be helping to deliver that message. It wouldn't just be a shitty post in the nest with an icon. We're over that. I think that there's some things engineering wise, if it can be accomplished, would just blow the water out of the advertising deadness of advertising that we used to know, but still allow brands to engage and reach.
For the just quickly, for two things for the audience, for everyone in the press, the YouTube video is about to upload, so I'll just tweet it out because I know a lot of you are waiting for the recording, so it should upload any minute if it hasn't already, and you'll see the you'll see it on Twitter. Otherwise, if any speaker wants to speak, DM me because I can't see speaker requests, and the team will check it.
Hey,
Obviously,
it looks like Evan
sorry, can I just say
wants
one
to.
thing?
yeah, Evan, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
Really
sorry.
quick, actually, Evan, before you go, really quick, I just wanted to bring up, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I did see people passing around screenshots of, Twitter already has a subscription program, but one where they're going to be incorporating Twitter coins. And I'm wondering if that's going to be something where they take a percentage of revenue that people generate through tips and subscriptions and things like that right here on Twitter.
Go ahead, Evan.
Okay. Yeah, sorry to bring this back up. This is why I didn't jump in, because it's like I'm just bringing back something that I was talking about like 20 minutes ago. But yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I just think that there should be a place for people to discuss more, kind of like spaces, but the sort of nuances of the reality of having discussion is not attractive. It's not exciting. So just making that somehow more attractive and exciting to people, and not just the extreme, blanket statements of whatever the topic is. I think that's something that deserves a bit of time to be worked on, and maybe there's not an easy solution, and it's not like I have one and I'm suggesting one, but I just wanted to point that out. And I do have to bounce soon because people in my life are wondering what the hell I'm doing right now. So
bro, you got to come back.
Wait, you have a life outside of Twitter, Evan?
yeah, everyone on this call is weird. Everyone needs to remember that. We're all weird people. Like, why are on a Saturday, just like on Twitter Spaces, most normal people aren't doing this.
Yeah, of course. Who would, bro? Come on.
We need to
Tell me. If I ask anyone in the audience, would you like to go on a walk with your family, or would you like to speak to Elon Musk? We'll see how many people will vote.
No, I'm not saying that.
You were just.
I know what you're saying. Like, this is really cool. I'm joking.
No, just joking, bro. We're joking.
Yeah, this is awesome. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to.
But guys, I want to kind of pivot the discussion. The second drop. Has there been any hints, and from what Elon said, what do you guys expect in the second drop? Do you expect it to get, juicier, or we've seen most of the action already?
You mean in terms of a downside, like a decline?
No, I'm talking about the next, not
He's
drop.
talking about
the leak.
The Twitter files. I think it could potentially be even more exciting. I think they withheld some pretty powerful information that might be leaked in the next one.
And one thing I read is that the back door, let's call it a back door, was available for both the left and the right, or Democrats and Republicans, except the requests coming from Democrats were prioritized over the ones from Trump's office. Is that correct? I think I heard that in Tim's Tim was covering the drop in the leaks, or the whatever, the gate, Twitter gate, and that's one of the things he said. Is that correct, Tara, or any other speaker?
That's what he implicated yesterday, at least, Matt. He said that both Republicans and Democrat political parties had access to request and remove, and they said Twitter honored those requests. However, more channels were given to Democrats, they had more opportunities to bring about those requests. But I'm interested specifically, in depersonhood and how these people were not only deplatformed on Twitter and social media, but it extended to bank accounts. It wasn't just ruining their free speech, it was about ruining their lives. And so I'm really interested to hear every single lawmaker that was involved in removing tweets, and both Republican and Democrat. This isn't about party, this is about truth and justice. And finding out if there were other organizations and or NGOs that could have been funded by our government that was also asking Twitter to remove tweets.
Well, that was the first time I've ever heard of a back end for government officials. Can anyone explain that a little bit more?
Wasn't that Trevor? Have you gone through the docs? I haven't gone through them. I just listened to people covering the documents. Have you seen them?
I haven't read them thoroughly like that. I kind of
so maybe we'll refresh it. Ian, are you with us? I'm still
Ian
glitching for you.
oh, there he is. He's loading up. So maybe he's up here now. Yeah, Ian and Kim.com did an incredible job of just deciphering everything as it was happening real time yesterday. So hopefully Ian can hear us.
Ian, can you hear us? It's still not working. Let me see his DM. He's on stage, but he can't see any. We can't hear you, Ian, just FYI. But maybe Kim, are you on stage? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Oh, perfect. Do you want to give the audience an overview of the first, you and Tara and other speakers? You can just jump in, guys, because we cannot see hands that are up. It's glitching like crazy. But do you want to give the audience an overview of what were the findings from the first documents that were dropped yesterday? And then so that when the next drop happens, which could happen literally any minute, any second, or any hour, that people can understand episode 1.
Yeah, by the way, I invited Matt to join us. I'm still waiting for a reply from him. So
yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, Matt is the one that did the drop for Elon. So he's a journalist, I think.
I think the most important thing about the release yesterday was that Elon released documents that clearly show that there was a collusion between a political party, the Democratic Party, the DNC, and the Biden team to coordinate a cover-up with Twitter about the release of the Hunter Biden laptop story from the New York Post. And of course, the goal here was to make sure that the election goals are not interfered with, that the Democratic Party can win the election and not have another event like with Hillary Clinton, where WikiLeaks released these emails that were very damaging for her campaign, that they don't have a repeat of that. So they went extremely aggressively to try and shut this thing down. They were, of course, supported in that effort by the U.S. intelligence community. You all remember the statement released and signed by 50 intelligence officials claiming that the Hunter Biden laptop story is somehow Russian disinformation. The most evil deception of the American people, literally in the history of elections, so close before people are going to vote, to basically lie about this and turn this into some kind of misinformation, when we now know this was all truthful information. It wasn't even hacked. Hunter Biden gave the laptop to a repair shop, never showed up again to pick it up, never paid for it, and that is how it got legally into the public domain. So the media has really betrayed Americans. The intelligence community has betrayed Americans. And most importantly, the Democratic Party, Joe Biden himself, and the DNC have betrayed Americans. And the fact that this is now out in the public domain is going to lead to a lot of investigations, lawsuits. You will see lawmakers asking questions to the people that were involved in this under oath, and much more is going to come out about this. And we all have to be grateful that Elon, at great cost and danger to himself and his businesses, has opened the door for the truth to come out. And I think he will now have way more support in his goal to achieve free speech on Twitter, with all of this being out in the public domain.
Absolutely, absolutely. And now we know, Kim, as of yesterday, unequivocally, that the primary arbiters and those who made these accusations constantly of accusing others of misinformation were actually incredibly guilty of themselves by knowingly running with this false narrative that this is Russian collusion. And now we have I think the most important, one of the most important elements of what has been transpiring through these Twitter files is confirming kind of what a lot of us have suspected, but it's important for us to get that confirmation. I know Ian was talking about that earlier, and I know a few people, I think Sebastian, with all due respect, he was saying that this was a nothing burger. Well, I respectfully disagree. I think it's important to get this confirmation going forward. I think this is a real watershed moment in making progress in these regards.
Yeah, and I just can't. I'm a type of person that doesn't believe something unless it's proven as fact. Obviously, this is a good example of where this could go wrong. And I tend to not to blow things out of proportion, but I have to agree with you and most people here. For anyone that says this is not serious, doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on. If it's now the Democrats using that influence, later it could be the Republicans or whatever party. So it's, or could be not even a political party, could be someone with a lot of money or a lot of influence. So whenever, brother, whoever's unmuted, just mute, please. All right, guys, whoever's unmuted, you got to mute. So it's important to remember this is not political in any way. I think free speech is part of a democracy, and as soon as you have, even if Elon, let's say Elon himself starts censoring people or banning opponents, everyone will oppose that, even if you love Elon, because that's, and I'm sure he won't do that, because that goes against the whole concept of free speech. So it's really important that it doesn't matter which side of the political spectrum you're on, this will apply. And as long as there's influential people that have the ability to hush people, that is, a lot more serious than many of us would assume.
Can I just say, since my name was mentioned, listen to what Elon said today. He said he hasn't read the files. That's massively important. He doesn't know what's in them. He said he thinks there is a smoking gun. That's what he said tonight. Until we see the smoking gun, there is no evidence, okay? There is evidence of DNC collusion with Palo Alto. But for the crimes to be committed, we need more than I trust Barry Weiss. I mean, I'm totally with you. We need empirical evidence of felonies. Otherwise, action cannot be taken. That's all I'm saying.
Well, like I told you yesterday, Elon was well advised not to put out too many details, but just give us basically the broader picture. The details will then surface in all of the investigations, hearings, and subpoenas that will take place. There will be discovery of more details. And by the way, the second part of the story is still to come out. So, I don't share in your pessimism there. I think what we have learned from these releases in the Twitter files is very damaging for the Democratic Party, for Joe Biden, for the media, and the intelligence community that have all worked hand in hand to betray the American people.
But it's only damaging if there are consequences, and as long as the DOJ belongs to the same people who are colluding with Palo Alto and Twitter, there will be no consequences. So
it's one day after the release, so let's not jump to conclusion about consequences. We'll just have to wait and see.
No, but you're the one who said there will be consequences. You said it would be very damaging. It's only damaging if steps are taken.
You just confirmed that. You just said yourself, yes, it was damaging. So I mean,
no. If there are consequences, but who's going to follow through on the consequences. Because I tell you right now, Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell are not going to follow through on the consequences. As somebody who lives in DC and who worked in the Trump White House, I know you need to have a spine to follow through. My question is, who's going to follow through?
Well, there's also damages and consequences that aren't legal as well, just in trust in
Agreed.
the
Agreed.
American people. So I wouldn't say that there's zero content, there's no damages, even though, ends up going to court for any reason. There's still those posts and those files in itself, and just the accusations made, right? There's damages already done. There's already consequences.
Yeah, I mean, all legalities aside, I think it is encouraging just in terms of changing the narrative and pretty much bringing more of the normies on board with a healthy sense of skepticism towards not only the legacy media, but all the collusion that has gone on between the Democrat Party and big tech. Wouldn't you say that's at least fair, Sebastian?
No, absolutely. And let me be very clear. It kind of blows my mind. I mean, I've met Elon. Elon was in the White House almost every week for the first 6 months. He was, very excited about the administration. But nevertheless, to have 94,000 people on a space with him for 2 hours. You've never seen that with a billionaire in world history. So, God bless him for that level of openness. But I am cynical because I've lived in DC. I've seen what they do to people who want to actually have transparency, and they will try to destroy him. However, I will disagree with whoever said it. I don't know if it was Tara, but we are not the weird people. It's the people who aren't on this call who are the weird people.
Do you think it's a bit overblown? I see just one thing, guys. I see a reporter. I don't want to call him out. I want to be.
Elon. Oh,
can you
sorry,
hear me?
Mario. You've been
Oh, that's
rugging
right.
for me a little bit. I apologize for that.
Can you?
If I'm
No,
talking
okay. Can you
over
hear
you.
me? Can you hear
Is
me
he
now?
talking,
Okay.
folks?
We hear him.
Mario's
Yeah,
talking, Lala.
Oh, cool. Yes,
All
I
right,
was gonna
raise my
say I've
hand
got.
and just call on me when
So look
when
at
you're
this
done.
by a journalist from CNBC. Again, I have nothing against CNBC, just to be clear for anyone. I have no political position or agenda in any way. But this is the tweet. Elon Musk, who never seems to do any TV interviews with actual journalists asking tough questions, because we didn't ask tough questions, is doing a, quote, glitchy, end quote, Twitter space conversation with some fans right now. I'm not an Elon fan, never been. I'm not a fan of anyone. And then he says, I tuned in, listened to them discussing whether Musk is going to get assassinated, and then tuned out. I swear, like, we interview Elon for an hour, ask him a million questions, and then all he listens to was a few seconds where we talk about him getting assassinated, which Elon mentioned, and he'll probably listen to the space, and CNBC will write a story about it, and then tunes out. I have nothing against. It's just silly. Like, I have nothing against mainstream media, but they just make it harder and harder every time. Like, the New York Times was apparently writing a piece on me that was negative and then they cancelled it because we got Sam's interview, Sam Bankman-Fried, before they did, but then Sam did New York Times afterwards, and then they started, they were not nice about it. So these, and again, I have nothing against New York Times, but these things just make it harder to love or to respect mainstream media. Again, this is one person speaking. He's not the CNBC, so maybe I don't want to take it against CNBC. But it's just a funny tweet that I saw. I think if he hasn't listened to the interview, he probably should. But I let the lady that was speaking, and she couldn't.
Just real quick, Mario. One quick update. The video of the recording of our space with Elon has been uploaded and has completed. So I've just tweeted out the link. I had a lot of DMs from journalists that were requesting the recording. So it's on the internet now. It's on my Twitter feed, and go ahead and grab it.
Perfect. Sorry, someone was speaking. I can't see who it was. So just jump in, guys. It was a gentleman and a lady
Hey,
speaking.
Mario.
Tara, do you wanna... Hi.
Yeah, it was me. Lala. This space is like rugging out hard for me. I can't hear Mario at all and can't really see him, so I apologize for interrupting earlier. I was going to make a comment on the consequences idea that we've been kind of discussing, and that's that I feel like we're only, able to hold people accountable to the point where we have mainstream media's cooperation. And that's depressing, but it's unfortunately true. And right now, you know, I think that we are at this crossroads. Tara and I talked about this at length yesterday in her space about how we are at a crossroads, right? Where we are beginning to see something completely unprecedented in all of human history, which is we might actually get fair media and fair reporting from the people and accountability from the people, but we're not there yet. I mean, we have this groundswell of independent reporting, but we can't yet really compete with mainstream media. And so my concern for consequences even being applied here is that to have the kind of support necessary for politicians to take action or even legal action, this is going to need to break mainstream in some way. And I'm not seeing how we're actually able to overcome this. Even as you said, Mario, you've been so attacked by mainstream media putting down independent journalism and reporting. So that's my concern with this is we can have all the evidence in the world, but when are we going to get the amount of support and widespread public support necessary to push some of these things through?
Well, let me tell you, we're doing it right now. This is happening right now. Citizen journalism, you know, people coming together, talking truth about what's going on. And let's be realistic here. When you look at the numbers that the mainstream media has these days, you know, their viewership, their Twitter engagement, they're out the door. No one cares, you know. It's really just a couple of old people that are still watching that garbage. What's going to happen with Elon setting free speech free on Twitter is that this is going to be the major hub for truth and information, you know, and you will see a lot of more journalists, real journalists, investigative journalists making use of this new power, which is free speech on Twitter.
Especially if he keeps coming here, Kim, and that way the media and everyone have to come here. They won't get the information from interviews with Elon. They'll be coming here for the citizen journalists who are doing it live right here, like Mario, who, let me just say really quickly to everybody here, did a phenomenal job. I just have to commend you through all of the stress and through all of the glitching and all of that. Thank you so much, Mario, for the effort and, you know, not stopping, not quitting and not giving up and just continuing to push along, even though there were times you weren't even able to speak with Elon directly and had to field questions through us. You held your own and you did an amazing job.
Tara,
and everyone,
we've been there since the early days.
Thanks for watching, and if you could, remember to hit like and subscribe.
And this happen, so you
and
should
to
get
stay
more credit
soon,
than I.
as it is possible
well,
as
for
some
the
stuff
people who
will get
were
released
frustrated
tonight,
with
but I'm waiting
requesting,
to
though,
figure
I
that
just
out.
want you guys to know, be patient, please, because being a host on these things, when they're glitched and you cannot control who's able to come up and speak and share, there's nothing you can do. And Mario's hands are literally tied. So please do not blame him. Please do not hold it against him. It's a really difficult position to be in, and try to even field messages or do anything else simultaneously is nearly impossible. He broke Twitter records tonight, had over 100,000 people in this space. So just congratulations, Mario.
And
It was amazing.
Tara, how me, you, and Kim have been through so much since the early days. Kim was part of I think the first space I ever did, which was a crypto focused space. Kim was there, and here we are. And you know, we remember the SBF. You were there for that marathon. Kim was there for that marathon. So we've been, you know, anyone that hasn't been tuning into the spaces before, we've done a lot in the last month, haven't we, Tara?
Yes, lots of roller
Crazy.
coaster rides. And
Crazy.
honestly, the work you've done to help people and to remind people they're not alone, people who were struggling and in a really desperate situation during the FTX fallout, you held spaces for nonstop, hours after hours, to be there for people. And that is something that I don't think you've gotten enough credit for doing.
So we're gonna get more and more hate from the mainstream media as we do more and more of it. You know who the person that came up with the term citizen journalism? That was Elon. Remember that tweet he made after he came on the space the first time? He said citizen journalism, and now it's become a term that everyone uses. But yes, any other thoughts from the speakers on what we've heard so far? What we could expect from the second drop? Actually, I've got a question, and anyone could jump in. Like, a lot of people thought the Hunter Biden, and I want this to be bipartisan. Everyone thought the Hunter Biden laptop was, I think it was initially considered a cyber attack by Russia or misinformation by Russia, not cyber attack, misinformation, and obviously became reality. Now, obviously, a lot of theories will end up not being true, but obviously many of them, like this one, could end up being true. Any others? Any other theories that you'd expect either in the next drop or you think are related to this in some way, and that could also be true? Maybe censorship theories about other stories, other.
I mean, the things that I assume are going to come out in the wash, maybe not in the second release, but who knows, is the shadow banning and also the kind of traffic algorithm that Twitter has deployed to make sure that people they didn't like didn't get visibility, that they didn't get followers, that they didn't get people to see their tweets in their timeline, and that to me is just as bad as what happened with the suspension of the accounts, because people were still trying to make an effort to put the truth out there and to be heard, and instead of them understanding that they are suspended, they were still, tweeting away, even though the algorithm and the software that was running in the background at Twitter made it impossible for their voices to be heard. And that is something that needs to be looked at as well. And I hope that that is part of the second part of the.
Well, Kim, I think it likely will be. Just reminding everyone, is almost 24 hours ago exactly now that Matt Taibbi tweeted this out. He said, "It's been a whirlwind, 96 hours for me too." That implies that he had been pretty much on a bender for the last 4 days combing through all this stuff. And he says, there's much more to come, including answers to questions about issues like shadow banning, boosting, follower accounts, the fate of various individual accounts, and more. These issues are not limited to the political right. So I think you're absolutely spot on there in what we can expect. Another thing too that has kind of been not a feature of shadow banning that really has kind of gone largely unnoticed, but has had a pretty insidious effect. I've seen a few content creators to talk about and address it, like Jimmy Dore, who has happened to him, certainly happened to me in the past as well, is follower count throttling. So what had started happening to me is that a lot of people started messaging me and saying, "Oh, I was unfollowed from you. I had to refollow again." So this is what was happening, in my opinion, to voices that were growing that they wanted to suppress the reach from, is actually as you're gaining new followers, is going back and having previous followers automatically unfollowed from your account, which is pretty interesting. I'll be curious to see if it sounds like he's probably going to get into that as well.
Yeah, the most appalling, just a second, the most appalling act of, filtering information in the algorithm that Twitter was using was how they stopped anything about Julian Assange getting any traction, neither his hashtags or any tweets that had his name in them. Everyone who's been following this case and has been speaking out for him can account to the same issue, that they all had no engagement in those tweets. And when a big tech company puts itself on the side of a government that wants to stifle free speech and wants to trample on the truth, for them to be an accomplice in destroying any chance for someone like Julian Assange to get the weight that he deserves in the public debate is criminal. And the people who are responsible for that, I want them to be known, and I want these people to be investigated, because that is such a shame and offensive to anyone who cares about the truth.
Tara, I think you were jumping in. It's glitching for Tara. Yeah, whoever was jumping in, guys. Whoever was jumping in.
It was Tara before, but
it's glitching now. You can speak, bro.
It wasn't me.
Oh, there you go. It's glitching.
Yeah, Lala, I believe.
Oh, Lala.
Yeah, I was
Lala,
gonna
go
comment
ahead.
on
Sorry,
what
Lala.
Steven was saying, actually. So Stephen, I'm really curious for what's going to come out about some of these backroom deals with Twitter. Obviously, we've already kind of seen hints to it with the screenshots that have been revealed, but I think that it goes much, much deeper. I mean, even within, kind of the different niches and bubbles on Twitter, I'm primarily in the crypto NFT bubble, as many of you are. It's wildly apparent that there is favoritism at least, but at worst backroom deals going on to where certain people are promoted. Even if you don't follow these people, you'll get notifications every time they post, every time they speak in a space, etc. So I'm very interested in seeing more data come out about what kind of backroom deals are going on, not just with Twitter Blue or pushing people to the front of the line, but much deeper kind of agendas that are being pushed for specific individuals and kind of where that responsibility lands. I'm very curious to see that come out.
Yeah, me as well. I can't help but think of names like Taylor Lorenz and folks like this to see. I suspect we'll probably get some interesting data related to specific favoritism to journalists like that. I can't imagine not.
Do you think we're seeing similar censorship happening in Europe, where there's similar backdoors to other governments? We saw Macron retweet or make a tweet supporting Elon and Elon's actions. I can't remember what the tweet said. So that was a good sign. But do you expect other leaks coming from Europe instead of the US?
Well, firstly, I'm not sure, but what I do know is that Elon did tweet something out earlier today that implied that there's likely data coming forth in the coming Twitter files to suggest that there have been some coordination on what would equate to election interference on the previous Twit administration as it relates to the elections in Brazil. In Brazil.
He actually mentioned that. Can you pin the tweet above?
Yeah, let me comb through it. Let me comb through his timeline to find it.
But how do you think that will impact other social platforms? Do you expect more whistleblowers to step up and we get similar leaks from other platforms? Because that could trigger a significantly bigger movement. And if enough of enough people care about this, then you'll have policymakers be forced to attack when there's enough people that are supporting a certain cause. So I'm not sure whether that will trigger such a movement or whether it will be silenced and it will just be short-term noise. Don't know.
Yeah, it could have a very cascading effect, no doubt.
Kim, any updates with I think it was Matt to come on stage and give us on the next job?
I think he's probably busy working on the next release. Yesterday it came out at 5 p.m. or shortly after 5 p.m. My time, which is another 2.5 hours from now. So I do expect that there will be more coming later today, and the fact that he's not replying probably says that he's working on it.
Okay, so I've got someone here that's analyzed that has. Okay, so any insiders that want to come on stage? We've had a lot of insiders or whistleblowers on stage for the FTX saga, and we've done a pretty good job covering identities. So if there's any insider that wants to come on stage, please DM us. The team is checking all DMs. Obviously, we'll have to verify everything. It's really important. But Piotr, are you on stage, Piotr? Or is glitching for you as well? Fuck, it's glitching for Piotr as well. Kim, don't be sad. It's glitching for Piotr.
Hey, Mario. Are you able
hey,
to hear
Steven.
me?
Hey, man. I didn't know you're on stage.
It's Brian here.
Oh shit! I can see Steven. It's all glitching for me. Sorry, bro.
No worries.
Over here.
No worries. Have you got? I'm gonna shoot you a DM real quick. We got somebody that's trying to get a hold of you. They're DMing me. I'll send it to you also, Tara. They're trying to get a hold of you as well.
Okay, yeah, please do. And I'm gonna go through. I think the team is behind. I'm just check DMs for. Okay. All right, so I've told you to start checking DMs because I think we're a bit behind. So let's see if there's any insiders that DM'd us. What's your username, Brian?
Let me take a screenshot so you know who it is and the message.
Yeah, what's your username, man?
Myself. This is CryptoB513.
Oh shit, it's you. Okay, what's up, man? It's been a while. I can't. My screen is glitching. Oh man, yeah, send me a screenshot. I'm looking at your DMs now.
Yep, gotcha.
I send it. Are you sending it to me on WhatsApp?
I
know
can
you
get.
have my number.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll send it over to WhatsApp.
Okay, man. I'll have the team verify it, and then we'll bring that person on stage. Any other insiders that want to come up while we're waiting for the next drop, please do DM us, and yeah, we keep things hush hush, but we will need to verify anything that you claim. By the way, any other speaker that wants to speak, just jump in. Trevor, I see you jumping in. Guys, don't put your hand up because it's glitching. So I know a lot of you might have your hand up. And anyone that wants to speak as well, remember, it is glitching. I'm trying to bring Ian on stage, which I'm sure will work eventually. So you could just DM us and we'll bring you up. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone has any expectations or any guesses as to what the next files will include.
Yeah, I think someone made said that there's a hint that it could include Brazilian election interference. I think that was one of the hints dropped. I think there's a hint, Tara or Kim, correct me if I'm wrong. Was there a hint by Elon, because I researched this today after waking up and seeing your explosive space, Tara, I started researching it. Was there a hint that, he did make it clear that it's both sides that are involved in this, and that the next drop will include things from the Republican Party, or I got that completely wrong?
Well, what's been indicated so far, yeah, I think we are going to see a level of Republican collusion, but I don't think it's going to be, from what we've been told, nearly to the extent that has happened with the Democratic Party and the DNC. In relation to the Brazilian bit, I did pin a tweet from Elon at the top from just earlier, or yeah, technically earlier today at 4:40 a.m. his time. He tweeted out.
And can you tell me more about the something to do with child, I think it was child pornography or pedophilia or something along those lines, where Elon's taking a lot of action. Can you just give me clarity on that? That's one thing I haven't looked into. In the meantime, I'm inviting the insider that Crypto B513, I think it's Matt or whoever. What was your name? Sorry, so sent me. So I'm inviting her now, man. But yeah, if you can give us clarity on fighting child. What's the term?
Child exploitation.
Child exploitation. There you go. Can you tell us more on what that fight includes and what has been released so far by Elon or Elon's tweets or the documents?
That's not my area of specialty, honestly.
Has anyone looked into it? I'm just trying to invite a speaker, but I'd love to know
Yes,
more about
I
this.
have. It's Eliza Blue who we need up here. So if she's still listening, Eliza, if you're available and can request and come up. I know she said she was busy earlier, or she would have, but she said the new CSE, which is Child Sexual Exploitation Report, is amazing. She's the one who has been working for years trying to get Twitter to remove certain content that they refused to remove, to the point that advertisers were actually sent a letter. This was obviously prior to Elon Musk's takeover, stating that their ads had run side by side with this CSE material. They had to send their advertisers that letter, which is, I mean, wrong on every level. And then the material was still there. So it took Elon Musk taking over and 1 month to get rid of material that she's been trying to get rid of for years.
And any idea why? Because I think most people would agree exploiting children, or exploiting anyone really, but exploiting children is something that is bipartisan agreement that this is a bad thing. Was it just laziness, or is there more to it? Like, what do we know, and then what is, so like if we can split what we know and what we speculate, it would be great, because I'm really curious on this one.
Yeah, she's hoping that in the next drop that they may release some of that information and who was actually benefiting.
Handle?
It's Eliza, ELIZABLEU, Eliza Blue. So she's hoping that in the next drop, or at least maybe in the future, they will release that information and who benefited, who profited off of, this exploitation material.
Eliza Blue. I'm inviting her now. She has an icon of sunglasses and blonde hair, correct?
Yes. Lavender.
Okay, I've just invited. Yeah, if someone could, Lavender. So if someone could just DM her, tell her I've invited her, in case she doesn't see it. I'd love her to be on stage while I try to bring up Ian as well. In the meantime, for the press, the YouTube, the link that was sent, so Kim, the link that I sent you was wrong. The new link is going to be available in a few seconds, so I'll just send it to you again, the full link, the full interview. So I'll send you that new link again. Keep the one you have now, and then just tweet the next one, and then remove this one, so they've got the right one. So it should be in a few seconds, Kim. I'll send it out to you. So for the press, sorry
Right.
guys. But yeah, Elizabeth, or Eliza, I've sent her an invite. But if anyone has more context on this, more information, whether if there is more information that was released, that would be great. No one
I
knows
also
more
see
about the.
that Died Suddenly is trying to come up, the documentary. I have tried to accept their request, and it's not allowing me to. But they would have probably had a lot of good information to add to this space.
Tara, you'd need to take one speaker down in order to do it.
Oh, is there 13 speakers on stage? I don't think so, man.
I see max. It's maxed out right now.
Oh shit, is it? All right, let's clear it up. And then we'll have. So if anyone would like to drop down, that would be great because I cannot remove people. Okay,
I will.
think so. Yeah, now it's working. Cool. Yeah, it's working, guys. So if we can, Nak, if you can accept her now, and maybe the invites will work now. Maybe that's why Ian is not coming up. So now it should work, and we could have Eliza come in. So Eliza, if you're listening to us, it should work. The invite should work now.
Ian is up, by the way, in case you can't see him.
I don't think he can hear us though.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us? Yeah, it's glitching, bro. He's DMing me that it's glitching. No. But if you could remove Kim or Tara, if you can remove Ian from the stage, so then we could. Actually, I know what to do. Oh, I've done it now. I've kicked him out completely from the space, and I'll bring him back in. And
my app is completely glitched, by the way. I can't do anything. Like
it happens. Yeah, it happens. It happens every time we hit record numbers. And what could happen? What you can do? Try this. Anyone that's glitching for you, try to log in from a different phone. That would work. By the way, anyone that might, if you leave the space, you can't come back in. Just FYI, guys, don't try it. A lot of people that left the space couldn't come back in, so it's another glitch. And eventually, what will happen? It's happened before. The glitch, or the space will just die. By the way, there's Died Suddenly. Is that the documentary?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, Died Suddenly. What was your name? Sorry, the person behind the account.
I'm Edward Zahl. I'm one of the producers with the movie.
Edward, pleasure to meet you. Tara, do you mind if I ask a couple of questions, or do you want to take the mic?
Oh no, you go for it. Please do.
Edward, tell us more, man. What's the documentary about?
Well, the documentary explores, I think, a phenomena that many of us have unfortunately endured over the last year. So a lot of our loved ones have passed away unexpectedly, suddenly, and especially after rolling the dice with the vaccine. The documentary explored not just this mystery, but also what could be an explanation behind it. I think we went into Malthusian theory, which is a concept that the world's overpopulated, and of course a lot of the characters that many of us in conservative media spend a lot of time talking about seem to be obsessed with this concept. So I was a producer on the movie, and of course our guests in the movie are really the big story. But the thing I would have really raised, I guess, to Mr. Musk would have been the censorship that we endured, and of course the many wonderful doctors before us, Dr. McCullough and others that have been silenced online for questioning the shots. So I think that's a big question right now about Twitter, and the amnesty, of course.
So you mentioned something about oh shit, yeah, I think Eliza's up as well, and just trying to bring up Ian. But I want to ask you a question. So you said something about overpopulation. Can you elaborate on this? Is that the actually, I want to guess what it is. Do you mind elaborating on what that is?
Sure. It's sorry, I'm so used to speaking in a manner that doesn't get you banned, right? You're on these platforms.
Oh, okay. So this is the vaccines being used for that, but which is something I love this discussion because I disagree with that theory, which makes it even, and I think Kim agrees with it. So it just makes it even more interesting. And you faced a lot of issues with censorship based on that, because I think anyone that was anti-vaccines was being censored. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We were experiencing shadow banning, and as Kim has mentioned, we have many questions about the algorithm at Twitter, because I think we got the term "died suddenly" to trend globally, but it still wouldn't pop up for many. People had a hard time even accessing the video. And this is a question. If it's a silly theory, then let people weigh it. Let people weigh it. Don't just hide it from people.
I have a question for you. So now I'm not talking about what your documentary talks about. I want to make a general statement, and I actually mean it. I'm not implying anything about what your documentary is about. As a general statement, I've been asking this question a lot in the last few days. So, would you agree there is a place for censorship? But I know I have points against it, but I would say like we all don't want to see obviously child exploitation or heads getting chopped off. So there are some things. Would you agree there are some things that should be censored? Correct?
I do believe that there shouldn't be child pornography. There shouldn't be exploitation, and yeah, I would agree with that.
So and then the other argument though is that the thing is that who censors? Because it's not machinery, it's humans, and humans have a lot of imperfections and reasons they might censor things they don't agree with, as we saw with the Hunter Biden laptop and other things. So the question is, where is that line? And to add on to that question, should misinformation be censored at all, or zero? Like, where should one draw that line? Would you and do you think a solution could be having AI giving, because AI is objective, at least I hope so, and giving AI the opportunity, but then again, AI can't be objective because it's designed by humans. So how do we draw a line, or should there be no line on misinformation at all?
Aha, you've asked probably the most important question of life itself, right? I would say I'm a Christian, so I would say that the Bible and Jesus Christ would be my guideline for what's right and wrong. In respect to AI and humans which program it, I think that we will never solve many of these issues using artificial intelligence programmed by humans trying to logically process through some of the things which are impossible for us to even answer. I think the biggest answer to your question is simply what is right and wrong. What do we want to do in society that would progress life, preserve humanity, and grow the Western Hemisphere and the world at large. I think what Elon Musk has said, he said a couple of things which were there are definitely things that are refreshing. There are subjects I think that we have to address as a whole, and the question of what we do with systems which enable evil. Even for like my atheist friends, they would agree that abuse of children would be considered evil. What do we do? Our answer from the church is we have to use the moral compass. We have to use what Jesus Christ told us to do.
Okay, so
I think really quick, Mario,
Tara.
if I can just mention that when Died Suddenly had put up their documentary, within about an hour, I believe, flagged by Twitter, and you were able to share it or comment like it for misinformation is what they had flagged it as. Right away, we began tagging Elon, and it was reversed within, I'm not sure how long, but it wasn't much longer, and then we were able to retweet and share. So it may have been AI that did that, or whatever algorithms are already in place on Twitter that haven't been replaced.
What's that about? What was that? What tweet got banned and
It was
unbanned?
the Died Suddenly documentary. It was the actual documentary that they had tweeted.
Yeah, Mario, go ahead, Mario. Sorry to interrupt. I mean to interrupt you.
No, not at all, man. You're too nice. Like I wanted to go back to that question. Like, let's say there's someone spreading a story that there's, let's say Russia sent a nuclear weapon towards the US and we got to attack all Russians immediately. I'm just making up a really crazy story. Or every Chinese person on the planet is the devil.
That's not so crazy.
No, I'm just, okay, every Chinese person or every whatever religion, anything. I'm just saying something crazy. If there's something that we all know is complete nonsense and it's misinformation, and it's starting to spread and people are starting to believe it, okay? So let's say it's a certain religion that's being painted in a very negative light, or a certain nationality, and everyone's believing that story, that this religion or whatever, they're dragons or evil or whatever, something completely stupid, and they're believing it and they're acting on it, and they're starting to cause harm to those people based on pure misinformation that we know behind the scenes that it's misinformation, but it's being spread by, let's say, I'm going to take it even a step further, artificial intelligence to cause dystopia. I think Andreessen Horowitz tweeted something similar yesterday or today. So my question to you would be, and any other speaker, and including Tara, of course, Is that, like, this is misinformation, it is causing harm. Should that be censored? And if yes, doesn't that put us in a predicament on where to draw the line?
But that was my point, Mario, is that it was being censored as misinformation, but was quickly corrected by, I believe, Elon Musk himself or whoever he may have gotten in touch with to fix that. I can't say for sure, but we all began, tagging him, including Kim, and letting him know what happened, and then it was reversed. So what I was going to say is he definitely seems to be driving Twitter in more of making it more of a democracy where the users actually have input on what, is misinformation. I mean, he already implemented community notes just to do that.
Well, I'd answer you, Mary, would say that I think an informed populace is the best defense against misinformation. I don't think for a second that we should have artificial intelligence or any one individual decide what is misinformation. And the scenario that you're presenting, often, I think historically, we've had plenty of situations where the world's been on the brink of destruction and war and
Remember
attack.
there was
But
one stage as well where people that were a bit odd or that had some sort of condition were considered witches and being burnt to death. So obviously that's a really long time ago and it's pretty insane, but like this is misinformation. Like, hey, anyone that has this condition, I'm not going to name any conditions, is actually a witch and they should be burnt. That's the only way to get them cured. Again, something stupid. If that something similar spreads now, should we responsibly block such information? Should we note it as misinformation? And if so, that could escalate to abuse of power, no?
Well, let's use a modern example. Look at ISIS. There's many origins to ISIS. You could point to Operation Timber Sycamore as one of the origin, or you could point to Wahhabist Islam as an origin. But what we do know is it fell. The caliphate, the ISIS caliphate, fell because it was unable to continue, to derive support and resources from the populace. And you could say that they were spreading a form of misinformation. It didn't require an AI censor to come in there and to get rid of ISIS from crucifying Christians and others in that territory. What ended up fixing the remedy in this case, the remedy was the response from the people. I would say that it is never right to artificially enforce censorship. I think this notion of misinformation, what's misinformation, that's really the biggest part about Twitter files, isn't it? Is that everything that conservative media, I see a lot of the big heads in the chat, many people that would have been on Twitter 2 years ago even, that were raising the voice about Hunter Biden's laptop and the decrepit things in it. We were called conspiracy theorists. We were said that we were
Bro, I would have believed that. I'm telling you, I would have believed that it's a conspiracy theory. This is the and many conspiracy theories are conspiracy theories. Others are not, which just makes it such a tough thing.
Hey, Mario, one quick thing. Can you please ask your team to upload the video to Rumble? Rumble will be immune against any kind of censorship. The YouTube link disappeared, so let's just make sure we put it on Rumble. Yeah.
Okay, so I've got so now the team's going through. I will do that. I'll tell them they're listening to this space, so they're going to do it. So team, upload it to Rumble as well, and YouTube should be up in a few minutes. So I'm seeing now speakers that want to come up. By the way, the gentleman from the documentary, so I'll give you the mic right after. And Eliza, I see your hand up. Eliza and Persistence, you have to jump in because we can't see all hands up all the time. It's really glitchy, so I'll let you just jump in after I just say this one thing. So Amy from Parler, Legal at Parler, I'm going to bring you up. And anyone else that wants to speak, please DM us. And the team is checking them and telling me, because that's the only way I can invite you is if you DM us and I'll send you an invite. And the invite, you'll get it via DM. So yeah, sorry. I'll let the documentary gentleman to answer make his point, and then obviously Eliza and Persistence. And Kim, I've told about Rumble. I've told them now.
Well, thank you so much. Just even for the opportunity to speak, I would simply leave with this point, is that I think the society would be best to correct itself rather than through artificial means, censorship from technological oligarchs, techno kings in this sense. I think that we have the tools, especially with the internet and with the vast amount of knowledge now, to fact check ourselves and let society kind of warrant out and pluck out those who are agents of misinformation. I would like to see an end to censorship. I think it's going to be our downfall whether it be anyone like Ye or Nick Fuentes or anyone else who's been banned as a high-profile individual. I think we need to end it. Let society have a debate about these issues. And Died Suddenly, if you haven't seen it, it's a documentary of our generation. So you can check it out on our page if you'd like. Take care.
Eliza, mic is yours. Thanks for being here.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. First, I'd like to say I'm so sorry because I have a cold and I'm at work, so I got to be in and out quickly. But I wanted to thank everyone so much for the support. For those that don't know, my name is Eliza. I'm a survivor advocate for those affected by human trafficking, and I am also a survivor of human trafficking. And I'm getting emotional because I've been fighting this issue of child sexual abuse material and child sexual exploitation on Twitter for years. And much like many of you in here, I'm also a free speech absolutist, and I've always believed that opening up Twitter, not focusing on the censorship of words and ideas, but focusing on removing the real human rights violation of child sexual abuse material and child sexual exploitation at scale was something that was really going to change this world and make it a better place, but especially Twitter. And so I didn't know if you guys asked me to come in, so I just wanted to pop in. This has been a very emotional day because we're starting to see some of the progress and the numbers and the data roll in from the new Twitter under an Elon Musk leadership. And these are numbers, and this is progress that I never thought would be possible in my lifetime. And really had to say.
I have a question for you, Eliza.
Sure,
Can you tell us more what's changing in terms of child exploitation?
Sure.
What was the struggle you were facing before, and how is Elon changing that, and why did it take so long?
Well, this is a well-documented problem for well over a decade. I have, if folks want to go to my pinned tweet, if you scroll down just a little bit on my pinned tweet, you can see a Guardian article from the Guardian for well over a decade ago. Unfortunately, Elon Musk inherited a lawsuit with 2 minor survivors currently suing Twitter. This is a landmark case for Twitter. This was child sexual exploitation material that was on Twitter. It received over 160,000 views and over 2,000 retweets. Twitter refused to remove this content as the minor survivor begged on the brink of suicide. With government photo identification, he provided government photo identification to Twitter, and they refused to remove it. The Department of Homeland Security had to step in to have this child sexual abuse material removed. So they wrote him back and told him that they wouldn't remove it. You can also see that in my pinned tweet as well. So that's sort of what set me off on this. Folks like to call it a crusade. I don't know what I call it. It is kind of a crusade. But the story of John Doe 1 really broke my heart so much. And once I started unpacking and unfolding a little bit of what was going on, long story short, there are a lot of people in this room. I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible. Twitter had always put profits over the lives of minor survivors. And when folks think about this problem on Twitter, they're not thinking about it at scale. They're not thinking about this. Okay, I'll give you for instance. So in the last 24 hours, Twitter, as reported today by Andreas Strappa, has removed 44,000 in the last 24 hours, 44,000 profiles off of Twitter, promoting, selling, and exchanging in child sexual exploitation. So that's kind of the numbers that we're looking at. So 44,000 before would have been about what they would have removed a month. And they've just removed that in the last 24 hours. So the highest I ever saw them remove was 57,000 profiles in 1 month. So just to give an indicator of how well they're doing right now, this is like unbelievable. These are the types of numbers that I just didn't think were possible, and I cannot wait to see what the future holds for this.
And how were those numbers under the previous previous ownership when Twitter was public before Elon? What were the numbers of daily accounts being removed, or weekly or monthly? Like, has it increased a lot? Is it about the same? Has it decreased?
Yeah, maybe I didn't explain that correctly. So they've removed 44,000 profiles in the last 24 hours. That is about what they would have removed in a month under previous leadership. They were previously removing about 37,000. The most I saw was 57,000 in a month. So they're removing in a day, 24 hours, what it took them a month under previous leadership to remove.
And do we have any information on why that is, and what is the source of that information?
Sure. So Andreas, well, there's a few things, but if you go to my profile, Andreas Strappa, who is working with Twitter, Trust and Safety, put out a report today. He's also the data scientist that put out the report in September through Reuters. But now he is working with Twitter on this issue, and I'm very, very excited. Very excited. But if you go to my profile and just scroll down, sorry, I tweet a lot, especially about this, but I mean, you can kind of see it all there. And then also too, Elon has commented on Andreas' report today. So this is all verified from Elon as well.
That's insane. I didn't even know that was that big of an issue. I'm just not keeping up with the news.
Let me explain, because when I start saying this, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
no, please do, please do.
When I start talking about this, folks are like, "Oh, I've never seen it, so it must not be happening." Like, well, okay, I've never seen a murder, but I believe that they happen. The truth is that there's this dark underbelly of Twitter, and the average person isn't hanging out on the dark underbelly of Twitter, right? We're like hanging out, talking about politics, and sharing pictures of our cats. But because the platform has been so dead set on censorship and navigating speech, thoughts, ideas, and boosting certain people and pulling other people down, they weren't focusing on this dark underbelly of Twitter. And there should have been a line. And it's been pretty incredible for me along this journey, because when you look at the numbers and data of child sexual abuse material and child sexual exploitation as opposed to terrorism, the numbers aren't even comparable globally. You're looking at 45,000 profiles removed a month for child sexual exploitation and child sexual abuse material, as opposed to like 5,000 profiles removed a month for terrorism on average.
That's insane. That's insane. I had no, and is that the same? By the way, just again, I want to remind speakers that you want to speak, DM us, and we'll send you an invite via DM. I see a lot of great names. I would love to have you on stage. The press, the video is about 4 minutes away. I know we had to delete the other one because it was wrong. 4 minutes, it was not the full interview. 4 minutes away, and you'll see it on my YouTube and my Twitter profile, Kim's, and I'm sure others will tweet it as well. So you could listen to the Elon Musk interview, because there's a lot of I know a lot of you are waiting because there's a lot of big things that were said. Eliza, back to you. First, I'm just shocked about how big of an issue that is, but it's not only on Twitter, I assume, because Twitter is a fraction of the size of Meta, for example.
No. Yeah, I mean, of course not. Each platform has their own problems, right, with this child sexual abuse material. So there's another caveat here as well. I'm also huge on digital privacy rights. So my issue has always been, if Twitter continues to let this go and doesn't remove it at scale, the governments will step in and infringe on innocent citizens' digital privacy rights in order to solve this issue. This is what we do not want. So this is something that's extremely important to me. When I'm talking to folks and this is a new concept to them, I just remind them of what happened here in the United States with the Patriot Act. We do not need the Patriot Act 2.0. We do not need to make nations or a world of slaves to a surveillance state in order to solve this issue. You do not make nations of slaves to solve one crime. So this has been an issue that Twitter has needed to innovate to get around. That's why I cried when I got on here, because I'm so moved at how much change has happened under an Elon Musk leadership. And I was prepared to fight Elon on this issue. I know that everyone can tell folks behind the scenes, I was not kissing his ass. I don't care who's in charge. Any of the last CEOs could have gotten this shine. It just so happens that all of these changes have happened under an Elon Musk leadership. So he's going to get the shine. He's going to get the praise. That's it.
And you've avoided to tell us. Go ahead. Sorry, anyone could jump in. So
Yeah,
whoever's jumping in, please.
Mario, I want to, it's Sphinx. I just want to comment on what Eliza said. This isn't why I came up, but now that you mention it, I do want to say this. I thought that Elon bought Twitter just for pure profit purposes, but I see that he's not
breaking. Elon just made the tweet. He says, I'm not expressing an opinion, but did promise to conduct this poll should Assange and Snowden be pardoned.
That is all because of this space and you,
everyone
Kim.
go and vote.
Well done.
Go and vote, baby.
This is insane. And the video's out. They're also breaking. The video's out. The interview's out for all the press. Another 2 breaking news. I wish Chet was here, but he's not able to come up on stage. The interview just came out finally. So tweeted. Let me see if they've tweeted it. Is it on my profile yet? Kim, you on Twitter? Oh, let me send you the link. Shit, sorry, Kim. Let me send the link to Kim as well. And we have 2 things. We have Kim's poll and the interview that is still not tweeted. Let me see.
I just have to say, the fact that YouTube already removed the video just goes to show you how important Twitter is right now for allowing free speech.
No, we need to clarify here. So the video was
the video's removed by the tween. Yeah, it's us to blame. They posted the wrong video and then they removed it, and now they posted the right one. And the tweet is on my profile. So if you want to check it
Oh,
out,
shoot. Okay. I was under the impression that YouTube was censoring the content.
Yeah, no, it's I've already texted to you, Kim, so you can see it. There you go. It's on my profile and it's on. I don't think it will work. I think no one, which is crazy how good our numbers are, because that's just retention. Because I don't think anyone could see the space. I've had a lot of people that just cannot see the space. So this is, if you leave the space, you cannot join again, which is pretty cool and pretty unique. Makes it more special. So yeah, I've just pinned but you could try. Might work for some people. And I've also pinned, Tara, I've pinned the video above in the space. So for anyone in the press, you could enjoy that. The interview with Elon. Kim, did you tweet it as well so you can pin it above? I sent you the link a while ago, Kim. But also I want to say to Eliza, I know you were very emotional earlier. Not only are you getting the word out there and there's action being taken, you're speaking on stage right after Elon, the same stage that Elon spoke at, about this issue and bringing awareness to it. So
yeah, this has been a wild journey. I didn't get into this. It's not a glamorous thing to talk about. It's not fun to talk about. It's not ever been fun to talk about, but it's been an honor and a privilege to serve my fellow survivors. It really has. And I don't know if it'll get much better than this, but anyway, so I'm just so grateful. And thank you so much to everybody who has supported this. And to folks where this information is new, please go check out my profile. My pinned tweet has a lot of information. And I always try to update about this issue because this is the one issue where the vulnerable populations cannot vote. They have no money. They can't speak for themselves. They don't have these big groups out here that are advocating for them, like the ACLU. There aren't these big groups out there advocating for these minor survivors of Twitter. And I know it's a horrible topic, but I can tell you this: if we do not pay attention to this issue now, the governments will step in and violate our digital privacy rights in order to solve this issue. So it's best to encourage Elon, Twitter, and the other platforms to remove this at scale through innovation. And that's my message. And thank you so much. And to any survivors out there that are listening, I love you. I know this is a heavy topic. So if this conversation at all has struck a chord with you, please reach out to one of the hotlines, like the human trafficking hotline, domestic violence hotline, the national sexual assault hotline. You are not alone. And As far as Assange goes, yes, free Assange, free Snowden. I was one of the speakers in front of the DOJ advocating for Julian Assange in October, and I will keep advocating for Julian Assange until he is free. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you for being here, Eliza. Really appreciate you. How's the poll looking? Kim dropped off, so I've just invited him. Eliza, if you can pin above also the numbers that you mentioned, the hotlines, for anyone listening, it'd be great. Kim, I've just sent you through a co-host invite, so you want to accept it. It'd be good. And Piotr, are you there before I go to Tara? Piotr, are you with us? Okay, it's glitching for Piotr as well. Tara, what's the poll looking like, the poll by Elon?
I was just commenting on it and saying, a comment just based on things that were said here, just that the witch hunt for conveyors of truth only inhibits others from blowing the whistle on the establishment. And that's exactly what's happening with Assange and Snowden. And so far, it's 80-20. For yes, 80% yes, 20% for no, and almost 200,000 votes.
Just checking it out. And is there any indication from Matt on when the next? It could just come any minute. That's the thing. I wish it was scheduled so we know when. But is there any indication of when the next leak will be? Tara, anything at all?
I have no information at all.
Just checking now.
Yeah. If anyone does or has information or any contact with Matt, let us know.
Kim, you're back up. Kim, I think sent him an invite to come on. So
it looks like he was responding to Elon, and it probably glitched him out of the space. To be honest, it's just so buggy.
Yeah, let me invite him again and try to bring up. We've got a lot of speakers trying to request. And what will happen soon? So what happens now, and we have had this happen before, is that because we reach such big numbers and so much data, and we've been going on for so long, is that new people can't join. It starts glitching to bring up speakers. You can see Kim, we're trying to bring him up now. And then eventually it will crash. It happened to us a lot because we do marathon spaces. Tara, you've been there, you've seen it crash. Did yours crash yesterday, Tara?
It sure did, yeah. After 10 hours, nearly 10 hours. I think it was 9 hours and 45 minutes or so.
Oh shit, you didn't even stop it. It actually crashed?
Yes, it crashed.
That's insane. All right, I'm bringing up Kim, I'm bringing up Piotr, and I'm bringing up a few special guests.
I honestly can't wait. I don't want your space to crash, and I don't want to jinx it, but I can't wait for it to end so we can see the numbers. I am so curious at what sort of records you broke today with this space.
We, stop saying you. It has to be we. You're not allowed to say
we
anymore. You're not allowed to say.
Elon.
You're not allowed to say we.
You and Elon.
You're the reason I did this space. When I saw your space and all the craziness around it and how serious this is, that's what got my attention. Because today I was planning to take this weekend off after a pretty crazy week in Sam Bankman-Fried's interview, and then this happens. So you're the reason this is happening. You're the reason Elon came on stage. Obviously Kim as well, who should be with us any minute. Yeah, it's been pretty damn incredible. It'll be cool to see what the press writes about this.
I'm ready to just apply for a job with Twitter. I mean, it's not far from me, so I think I'm just gonna go and get a job.
You should. All right, so I've sent you a co-host invite, Kim. You got to accept that. And I'll send you a speaker invite as well. I've sent you a speaker invite as well, so you can accept either one, Kim, so you can come up on stage. And let's see if our special guest will come in. Who's on? I want to see who's on stage. Sebastian, Lala, and Persistence. Are you on stage, or is it dead for you as well? And died suddenly. Who's on stage from you guys? Sebastian's with us. Sebastian, you with us?
Yeah.
I'm glad you are. Lala and Persistence, are you with us, or glitched for you as well? This is crazy.
Yeah, I'm here. And you know what? I just wanted to make a comment. I don't know if Eliza is still in the audience or listening in, but it's so amazing that up until this point, if you even bring up child exploitation on any social media platform and attempt to fight against it, you're almost labeled as some sort of anti-sex worker extremist. Melissa McCarthy dropping Exodus Cry comes to mind, right? And so we've had such an uphill battle for survivors and for advocates, and it really is a beautiful thing. I think, Tara, the fact that you were able to directly mention to Elon Musk and commend him about the child exploitation issue right off the bat. I mean, we need more emphasis on this now more than ever. So we are gaining momentum, and I just wanted to chime in on that.
Yeah, it's a very taboo. It's a very taboo topic, and
Why
honestly,
is it
something
taboo though, Tara?
very personal.
Why is it
Well, I
taboo?
mean, no one wants to talk about it, and there are plenty of victim survivors who, are victims or survivors, whichever they want to refer to themselves as. I know Eliza refers to herself as a survivor who, don't want to share and don't want to talk about it because it's very personal to them. It's very private to them. But for someone like her to step up and do it and use her platform to be so brave is just incredible. And I just want to second everything that Lala just said and appreciate so much the fact that Elon has gone above and beyond to make sure that that was one of the very first things he, I think it was the very first thing he targeted when he took over Twitter, and the media has failed to recognize him in that regard, and it is such a shame.
So I do want to say something important, everyone. What we will do is what a lot of you want to do, and that's restart the space. So then we can start inviting people again, because we can't invite anybody anymore. So Kim told me just, Mario, stop the space, restart it again. And if Tara approves, I will do it, because I listened to Kim. So the new space is ready. It's pinned. We'll give it some time for people to set their reminders. We'll start it immediately afterwards. So if you look at my profile, it's pinned there. I've also shared it in the space already, 10,000 people registered. So I'm gonna end this one. So everyone listening, I'm gonna end this one and start a new one. You can join it immediately.
The new one is going to be starting any minute. I was thinking I was going to be able to add Twitter, but I don't know if it let me do that or not.
Yo, yo, yo. All right, I'm just starting to invite now. Hope you can hear me, everyone. So, Kim, I've just sent you a co-host invite. Let me get Tara as well.
I don't know.
Kim, I'll send you the speaker invite as well. You gotta accept the invite. Tara, there's Tara. There's the queen. Tara, I've sent you a co-host invite as well. Just gotta accept that.
Elon Musk tweeted that it is pretty wild that you can engage in a back and forth over 1,000 people live on Twitter Spaces. Yeah, that is pretty wild.
All right, we are back.
We're back, my friend. We're back. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Man, what a freaking day. I swear.
Can you hear me okay as well?
I can hear you
May have
perfectly fine.
let
Your mic is
me
better.
add
Tara's co-host as well. Hey, Queen.
Twitter,
I
but
have
let
an
me check.
announcement to make.
What's your announcement?
You had 1 million people in your space. 1 million people. I repeat, a record 1 million people in the previous space with Mario and Elon and Kim and Ian and everyone. That was incredible.
And yourselves. And that was insane. That's insane. And that was a 5-hour space. That's crazy. The record before was, I think last time we had Elon, we
Yes,
hit like
it did.
700,000, but it was a much
It
longer
did let
space.
me add Twitter.
That number is insane. That's insane. I swear it's crazy.
I want to know when the last time News Network had 1 million viewers. I want to know the last time that has happened.
You know what would be insane now if we're covering the next drop and we have Elon and Matt jump in again and then we hit even a bigger number. That would be crazy. So we've got a lot of people requesting to speak. So anyone that is not requesting to speak, oh, there you go. I'm going to send you guys an invite. Check your DMs because it might not work to be requesting to speak. And DM me if you want to speak because it's not working too well. So let me bring up Dan Cohen. Hold on, is that Dan? No, it's different Dan, I think. Oh, it is the Dan I know. Just invited him up. And Tara and Kim, feel free to invite speakers. I want to invite Ian, our man Ian as well, because he's going to help us break down. There we go. I've invited
By the
Ian.
way, a lot of journalists have been DMing me about that link that went down, and they're very happy now that the new link is up. So there's quite a few people working on covering the story and going through the audio to write something for tomorrow. So fantastic.
Breaking, Elon just tweeted, pretty wild that you can engage in a back and forth dialogue with over 100,000 people live on Twitter Spaces. Time to start promoting this. I think he's going to go through with doing a Tesla earnings call and potentially other things as well on Twitter Spaces, which will only motivate other CEOs of other companies to do the same.
I'm just seeing the tweet now. Whew.
Congratulations.
Guys, congratulations to us. That's insane. All right, let's bring up the speakers. Let's get the panel full again. Kim, do you want to start inviting the panelists we had earlier as well? Because the request to speak is not working. I've got Ian. We got to
Yeah,
get
I just do a few things in the back end first. So I leave it up to you and Tara to pick whoever you want to bring up.
Yeah, doing that now. Let me tell Ian. So we've got to get the panel ready to break down the next leak. Not leak, the information drop. Let me get Ian up.
Having some trouble with his sound. Let's see if we can.
By the way, what's
improve
also
that.
really nice, because we quit the other space that got a bit buggy in the end. It's now available as a recording, and it's 5 hours 26, 1 million tuned in. And of course, now that the recording is available, that number will go up. There will be way more people listening to this in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Just going through the audience and inviting a few great speakers up to get a full panel again. You're doing the same, Tara?
I am responding to Elon, and then yes.
Okay, guys, need your help to fill out the panel when you get a chance, because the information drop could. All right. I'm messaging a few speakers. And I want the audience that is listening. So bottom right, oh shit, already 410 comments. Guys, bottom right corner, we're going to go through them now. Comment any questions you have. If you were there for the Elon interview, what's your best take? And any questions we can ask Elon or Matt if and when they join the space again. Okay, let me invite. DM me if you want to join.
If anyone is requesting, I see no requests, so DM me and then or Mario, and then I can send you guys the invite.
Yeah, please do. good. So sending invites already. Asya, I see you in the house.
I also recommend if you came directly here from the other space because it was bugged, reset Twitter, reset your app or reset your phone and come back.
If it's bugging for you now, then yeah, definitely. Okay, Chicks on the right. Let's check him out. Chicks on the right. I've just invited you as well. Check your DMs if it's not popping up for you. And DM me if you want to come up. Let's fill up the panel again. Let's see who else is DMing us. Dan, how are you? Dan, can you hear me? Dan Cohen. Who can you see on the panel?
He may be able to hear you and not unmute.
Tara, who can you see on the panel right now? I see. Oh, Piotr, are you there, Piotr? Please work. Can you see Piotr on stage, Tara?
I see him.
Okay.
I do.
Can you see Asya?
I do, yes.
Asya, Dan, and Piotr, can you unmute or it's not working for you?
Dan is reconnecting.
It's glitchy like crazy. It's so cool.
I'm wondering, were you able to reset whatever it is that you're streaming these spaces from?
Yeah, it's just a phone. So I've got two phones in here. One is working, one is not. Maybe it's just the amount of people that joined all at once. But we've had this happen once before. Thousands of people join at once. So I think it should take a few minutes. It should work again. Okay, who else do you see on stage, Tara?
I see Alpha now and
Alpha, yeah, I can see
Meta
Alpha as
stuff.
well. How are you, Alpha?
Doing good. Still
Hey, man,
digesting everything that went down, man.
Yeah, man, it's been a pretty crazy roller coaster that we all witnessed live. So anyone that witnessed this live, it was a hell of a time. You're gonna see it on the news around the world. You can tell your friends I was there live, and it's continuing. You know, we've got the drop coming in shortly by Elon and Matt. But what's your biggest take from the interview, man, and from everything that was said?
Well, the biggest take was the fact that you have a billionaire that's willing to come in here and share some insight, with the little people. That is completely unheard of. So to have the opportunity for ourselves to judge the sincerity of what he's saying versus having mainstream media try to interpret what he was saying, I hope he sets precedence with that and others follow suit. The question I had for you guys, I just recently was made aware of it. I'll throw the tweet and the Megatron for you guys up there. But one of the guys that was tracking Elon's flight showed that he was heading to DC.
Yeah, he was. By the way, he was in the state. I was trying to bring him up, and I think he came up, but it glitched out. But yeah, he's heading to DC, is he?
Yeah, so he's headed to DC. But the interesting thing is he tracked a bunch of other VIP military flights that were flying along with Elon. So obviously, those are just it's all theoretical why that happened, but it's pretty interesting. But he grabbed a tweet. I'll throw it up in there, and has all the flight numbers, the photos of all the different planes and their routes, and maybe get enough people to look at it and be a lot faster to figure out what's going on. But the next time you guys do speak to Elon, an idea that I had that I think would be pretty awesome is he's talking about this amnesty to bring back all of our accounts that were suspended. If he can create the option to merge those accounts with our current accounts, I think that would be freaking fantastic. I think a lot of people would like to adopt that option if it was made available. So, like I said, if you guys can share that with them the next time you guys have the opportunity to speak with them, it'll be golden. Other than that, I'm just ready for drop number 2 today.
What are you expecting drop number 2? By the way, in terms of the military plane, so what's the speculation there? Is that normal or that's unusual?
You know what? I don't track flights enough. There's always
but what did
military flights
the
in
gentleman?
the air.
Get the gentleman, the guy that tracks them. If I can
Hey,
get
let me send him an invite. Let me send him an invite. Bring him in here.
Please do, bro. Please do. What's his username? Elon
It
Flight
is.
something.
Let's see.
Can I just point out something that Alpha just said? And I want to commend you for coming up here and speaking, because I know that you weren't 100% sold on Elon Musk following through with a lot of the things he said he would do. Hearing you sort of come up and tuck your tail in a way and say, wow, like he's actually commingling with us, the peasants, which we aren't. He views us as people just as much as he is. And I think that the media has done an effective job of trying to downplay his ability to do that by just calling him a billionaire over and over as this sort of, cover for what he actually is doing.
You bring up a good point, Tara. I mean, I've it's no secret. I've been very critical of some of the things that Elon has talked about doing. He announced that he already completed the technology to download the human conscious into AI robots. Then he wanted to have it for commercial sale in the first quarter of 2023. That's obviously a very big concern for me. But at the same time, look at what he's done for, child trafficking, child pornography, child exploitation here on Twitter. That is also one of my biggest fights. And if he's at the forefront of doing in a month what they haven't been able to do in years, I mean, you got to give the guy credit for that. So I might not align with everything that
By the
he's
way,
doing.
I just have to correct you there. He didn't say that he can transfer consciousness into computers by 2023. So I don't know where you picked that up, but I was in the interview and he didn't say that.
I'll grab it. I have it saved, and then I'll shoot out to you, Kim, and then you can let me know what your takeaway is on that.
I just tweeted that Elon Musk proved so many of his doubters wrong tonight, just because you are the second person who's made comments, and also several comments of people who said, I have my doubts, and witnessing what happened tonight. I mean, many of you I've interacted with personally. I have no affiliation to Elon Musk. Mario doesn't, and yet here we are. And Kim.com as well. He's gotten responses from him, and a couple of us have, but there's no affiliation there. He had no, reason other than to just come and speak to the people who support him to even show up tonight. And he did. And he said he would only have around 30 minutes to speak. And I think he stayed much longer.
But just so you know, I was a skeptic of Elon's ability to turn Twitter around. So I'm another one. Just found it too difficult of a hurdle to achieve. But here we are. But did you say also Alp? Who was the other one that had doubts as well? Was it Alp? Tara, who was the person you were referring to that had doubts about
There was one other person who came up, and I don't remember their name, and then there have been several comments. Someone just made a really nice comment to me, saying, drool over him some more. He still won't date you. Pathetic mega losers. I don't know why people automatically assume that Elon Musk is even my type. Like, come on, guys.
Look, anyone that owns Twitter is my type, and I'm straight. I'd go with Elon. So who else do we have on that's requesting?
Oh, we have Dan. Dan finally got up.
I think mine is working now. This is Dan Cohen.
Who's working?
Yeah, I had to reboot. But yeah, seems it's working. So I've been on. I don't know exactly what time it started, but I caught what at least seemed like most of the conversation with Elon, and very, very fascinating. I have to say I'm definitely a skeptic, but Elon Musk displayed more transparency than pretty much I've ever seen from any other major executive or oligarch or anyone in the political class today. If you compare what's happening
they're
tonight
making a
to,
big deal out of that, but okay.
Any of the kind of even scripted political debates that we see in the mainstream media and that sort of thing. So it's just entirely different. And the fact that it even culminated in Elon Musk putting this poll out on Twitter asking if people think Assange and Snowden should be freed or pardoned rather, is fantastic. And big thanks to Kim.com for that. That's amazing. I mean, I come from I'm a journalist and filmmaker. I come from the anti-imperialist left, and Assange is a huge issue for myself and for for kind of my political circles. So
Dan, did you say, sorry, did you say you come from the anti-imperialist left?
yes,
Okay,
yes,
perfect,
exactly.
perfect, man. So what's your take on everything that's happened recently? I'm glad we have someone from the left on stage, because it seems like the concept of free speech seems to be bipartisan. Yet we're seeing.
What is the matter with this setup?
Just let me your thoughts before I continue with my thought. What do you think about it, or what's your
Sounds
stance on
really
it?
messed up.
On sorry, what exactly?
on
On what's
on
happened with?
on what's happening with the documents leaking and the concept of free speech and censorship. Like censorship is
Oh,
necessary, but where do you draw the line? Like, okay, child pornography and beheadings should not be allowed, but misinformation, should that be censored? Should it be just everything should be free and people should decide? How do you draw that line? It's a very, very delicate line that we were discussing with Elon earlier and other panelists. I would love your take on it.
well, mine is a pretty, I would say, just classical liberal. What I would have thought is a classical liberal take that free. I'm all for free speech. Of course, no harm it. You can't directly threaten people. You can't. Yeah, you can't call for violence, that kind of thing. No, child exploitation of pornography or child pornography. I mean, that's child rape is really what it is. Otherwise, we thrive on free speech, and what Twitter has become as social media and just media in general is a curated reality, with interference in the shadows from the powers that be. It's so that's what we're all seeing, and I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. And it's a long-standing regime that has kind of been turned inward, I think, through, especially maybe since the Obama and especially into the Trump years. And so a lot of the former Obama officials went into Silicon Valley and these kinds of things, and are very much part of the national security state. That's what I've seen. And so, a perfect example tonight of it was when Tommy Vietor, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but came in and said, well, Elon Musk, are you gonna, in a kind of a combative way, I think everyone sensed, are you going to support human rights in Iran and China, as if that's his responsibility? But fundamentally, it's are you going to continue interfering, by sort of putting some political preference or supporting one group or another into another country? And that's what countries that are targeted by the U.S., and that's something I've written about for years and years.
I'm sorry,
That's why
but
they end up banning
I'm a little
the internet
dumbfounded
or
that they
West
think
or
that it's
Western
weird that these flights are heading
social
in
media
to see
platforms and have their
DC,
own.
and they're trying to
And
make
so this
something
is
out of it.
that machine that's been turned inward that Tommy Vietor wants Elon
I'm a
Musk to
little
continue
dumbfounded by that.
is precisely what we have all
That
been
doesn't make any
subjected
sense.
to with the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop story that we are seeing the kind of dirty details of and the extent of it. And really, I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. Obviously, there's much more to come, and Elon Musk says he doesn't even know exactly what's in the Twitter file. So to me, it's a completely fascinating moment, an important moment that we're seeing I believe the world's richest man challenge, even if he's not totally, ideologically against this power structure, in the same way that I am, or that any of the various ways that people are participating and listening in this might be. The fact that the world's richest man is asking the question tonight on this platform that the world's most powerful empire does not want us to think about. Should Assange be pardoned? Should Snowden be pardoned? These are questions of fundamental freedoms. And so I think it's such an incredibly significant moment.
And kind of, for me, it shows a path towards, in a way, towards decentralization, like lack of censorship, doing polls and making decisions based on polls. This is a democracy. This is, I know Elon and Jack Dorsey were talking about, Jack Dorsey said one of his biggest mistakes was not launching Twitter as a decentralized social platform. So that seems to, and Elon integrating Doge, potentially integrating Doge, heading towards decentralization, which, again, where censorship doesn't exist and users make the decisions instead of executives. Not sure if we'll get there because it's still an experiment. The whole concept of decentralization is an experiment, but it's an experiment that's been looking pretty good so far. Where could it go wrong? Like, is there anything that concerns you about the path Twitter's on right now?
Well, I think there's still a lot that can happen. You know, I look at, for example, a good friend of mine. I live in Washington, D.C., a popular radio host here who's kind of also a very sharp anti-imperialist left-wing guy named Garland Nixon. He was on Twitter at Garland Nixon until a week ago. He got banned, suspended permanently for joking about violence. So maybe the algorithm just picked it up as this is it couldn't tell the difference between humor and what was very obviously a sarcastic tweet. But I've seen so many countless calls for violence, whether it's from that whole NAFO troll operation. I've seen calls from, I saw there was a call from Marco Rubio to assassinate the president of Venezuela in 2019. I saw numerous tweets like that from prominent figures. That was at the beginning of the Trump administration's attempted coup in Venezuela. Whatever you think of the Venezuelan government, that was by definition a coup attempt. And so these calls for violence are allowed to stand, and and that's part of the whole obvious political bias that's been standing for so long in the kind of former Twitter regime. And so I just wonder, how much of that is going to fundamentally change? How much of it is it going to be a truly free speech platform where calls for violence are not going to be tolerated, or are going to be not going to be tolerated for any political persuasion? Or is it going to be kind of, well, in intelligence terms, what the CIA calls it is a limited hangout, where they establish partial.
Wow.
Right.
Hey, hold on. I just want to make an announcement. Is that
Yeah,
you,
it's
Ian?
me. Yeah, I'm finally on. I can't see anybody else. I mean,
Holy
I can see you.
shit, bro.
Yeah, I can see the speakers, but I can't see the listeners. It's working though.
As long as you see me, man. As long as you see me, I'm
It's all
glad.
good,
As
yeah.
long as we can hear you.
I was
that's
wondering,
what
can
really
you
matters.
invite
Yeah, man,
Mysterious Cat as well?
Steven,
She's hosting it with us in the other room. I'll send you her username.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, just send it to me. Just tell me now. What's her username?
It's
Mysterious
at
Cat?
Mysterious KAT. Mysterious Cat. Cat.
And Steven as well. If
Steven's
you need
here.
to remove
Steven's
me,
here, I think. I mean, he's in the audience. Yeah.
I've invited Steven. So Steven, you got to check your DMs as well.
I'll let Kat
Steven
know.
Steele.
I'll let her know that you've invited her.
Yeah, I've invited. Have Kat check her DMs as well. Can someone, Ian? Do you know someone that can bring up Matt? I know Kim invited him as well. Just give us an idea of what to expect. Hold on, Catherine's on as well. Catherine, is that working with you?
It is working. Hello.
Excellent.
Hey, and Amy,
Cool.
everyone's here. Amy's as well here. Amy, is it working
I
for
finally
you?
got on. Yes, thank you.
Awesome.
Yes, everyone's on.
Hooray.
Ian, the mic is yours, my friend. It's all yours. I'm glad you're here. I want to
Is
hear your
it now?
voice now. I don't want to hear mine.
So what do you
Yes,
want to
it
hear?
is.
I need questions, to be bounced off of me.
Bro, what a day.
Oh yeah.
What's your take? Actually, I've got a really tough question for you that I've been asking a lot of speakers, because I think this is the most important question.
Sure.
I think we asked that question to Elon, and that's, where do you draw the line on censorship?
Where do I draw the line on censorship? I think.
Yeah, so I'll elaborate a bit more. Okay, censorship is necessary. None of us want to see.
Absolutely. I mean, with child pornography, you have to censor it, right? That's no mistake. I mean, some libertarian types might say, oh, you have to let everything go. No, hell no. Fuck no.
But actually, Ian, can I add to that question a little bit to make it a little bit more interesting?
Yeah.
Where do you draw? Well, not more interesting, Mario, but where do you draw the line in censorship beyond the legal boundaries? Because pornography is illegal, calling for violence is illegal. So once you've reached that legal limit, where do you draw the line?
Well, here's the funny thing, right? So child pornography, if it's virtual child pornography, it is not illegal. That's the funny thing. In 2002, the Supreme Court ruled that you could basically, post about your sick sexual fantasies online or anywhere, and it's not illegal, and you wouldn't go to jail for it, because if you make it illegal, then if somebody were to say write a news report about how somebody was raped or something, that they would go to jail for it if it was illegal to write about these things. So obviously
what if,
there are legal boundaries.
so if you did research on this, and then pornography, child pornography, wasn't hurting, you weren't hurting physically children, and
right, they were not
it
real
showed
people,
that you weren't, and you were able to show, I don't know that this is actually true, but you weren't able to show that it causes, let's say, real harm in the real world.
Well,
So
it's not about causing real harm.
could
It's
it
about
not cause
it's about the source of it. It's about the origin of it, right? Like if it
right.
involves
So the
people,
origin
then
is
it is bad.
superficial. So the
Yeah.
origin is superficial. So you're not actually causing any
Yeah, you're
physical harm
destroying
to a
it.
child.
Right.
Right. So should it be illegal?
It is not illegal, but I think it should still be censored, at least on social media platforms, on private owned social media platforms like this one, because I don't think there is a space anywhere in the world to encourage or to platform anything that encourages this sort of behavior, to normalize it, because that is precisely what they do. They use the legal boundaries and they say, well, it's not illegal, so I should be able to post what I want, right? And no one can tell me otherwise. I should be allowed to do it. That is the argument that they use. They say they try to do this by referring to themselves as MAPs, which is minor attracted persons. That's a very 1984-esque doublespeak version of what they actually are, which is monsters, right? So they try to use that argument. And I believe that, this is where the legality of it fails, right? Because, legality is one thing. It means don't send them to jail. Although as much as I want to, the law says you can't send them to jail, right? At least not in the United States. In different countries, there are different laws, and in different countries, they will go to jail. However, I will say that this normalization, we cannot allow it to happen, and we have to, we have to listen to our moral compass, to our moral understanding, our principles, and what is for the greater public good. And I know
But
that sounds
everyone
like a bad thing.
but everyone has different understandings.
Well, everybody has different things, different concepts of what good and bad are. However, I would say that the vast majority of people on the planet, maybe 98% or 99% or even 99.9% of people can agree that certain things are bad and certain things are good, right? Because killing people is bad, for instance.
Let's take the fame, Ye, Kanye, whatever. He got banned, right, by Elon.
Ye got yeeted, yeah.
Yeah. So he got
yeeted.
right, and and Elon said it was because it was inciting violence, right, which is illegal.
It was.
But I would say I don't know if you can.
Well, you would
fully
disagree
make
with it, but I think a lot of people would say it is inciting violence. Anyone who understands how the Holocaust happened, well, maybe not anyone, because you are a Jewish person after all.
Certainly understand, but it's I would consider it hate speech, but we would also, if we're arguing, well, hate speech should be allowed to happen, just it is kind of a finicky thing. Like I'm not 100% sure, because it makes me wonder.
Elon said it made me want to punch him or something to that effect.
That made me want to punch him. That's what he said. Yeah.
So Elon is like, since I want to, and again, I don't like what Kanye said at all. I'm Jewish, and I find what he said repulsive. At the same time, I do not think he should have been banned for those tweets.
Well, if we believe that there should be like fully free speech, which you may or may not, right? Like there may.
I think here the understanding here is that there's a much larger thing at play here. Like when people say they don't want Kanye banned, I think that yes, like a lot of people don't want him to be banned for that. Even as bad as it is, I do think it's incitement to violence. I do, and again, that also depends on context, right? This was asked of Elon. How do you tell if something is violent or not or whatever? Like I said, it depends on context, and he said that if say somebody posts a picture of a World War II veteran, and it's the context of the swastika is in that context, then obviously it's not violent, right? But if someone is using that to incite hatred and violence towards other people, using a banner that has incited hatred and violence towards other people, then in that case it is incitement to violence, and that is exactly how the European Court views it. Much of the world, in fact, most of the planet, except for I guess the United States and Ukraine. It's true. Check that out. The United Nations had to vote about this several times this year, and the United States and Ukraine were the only countries that rejected it. So that the vast majority of people on the planet do not believe in the glorification and promotion of Nazism, right? I'm not talking about neo-Nazis being edgelords. I'm talking about actual Nazism, right? So this is what was voted on, and the vast majority of people on the planet agree that this is the case. And so if you want to talk about, what is free speech and what is allowed, I think we have to look at the greater good. I mean, is allowing this kind of speech on the platform,
Also
somebody
love to
calling
hear
for
your
violence,
comments.
basically using a banner,
I'm seeing that we've
does
got some more
removing that
votes.
hurt the rest of the people who use the platform? The answer is going to be no, right? The majority of people want to see this gone, and having this on there is not only going to scare people away, it's going to scare advertisers away. They don't want to see their products branded at side by side next to swastikas, right? So there is that consideration to make as well. I don't think Elon is making that consideration. I think he's going purely by what is violent and what is not. So, but this is my view. I think that from a practical perspective, getting rid of these kinds of, hateful ideology Elon has been getting rid of all those Antifa accounts. Now, you might argue, if you're on the left, you would say, hey, these people are fighting against fascism, blah, 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 blah. They would have the exact
Looking
same
like we're
argument
gonna
in
have problems
defense
with the
of
sound going
Antifa,
in and out
just
again.
as some people on the right have in defense of the swastika. But I think that these are the two extremes, and it's fine to alienate either of them because it doesn't affect the 99% of people who are in the middle.
Go ahead, Amy. I see your hand up for a while. Go ahead. You just jump in anytime. Amy from Parley.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, is that you, Amy?
Okay, yeah, that's great. So I work for policy and legal over at Parler. And as you know, Parler was the...
You jumped out, Amy.
Yeah, you muted yourself. Yeah, you need to unmute yourself. It might be glitching and it causes that sometimes.
Catherine, I'll give you the mic, or Yanxi. Go ahead, Catherine.
I know, I mostly really wanted to hear what she had to say because I imagine from a legal perspective, it would be a very interesting thing to find out, because I think there's a lot of people who raise that point, really, because once you start looking at, okay, this particular hate symbol, which I think we can very much agree it is a hate symbol, can you say that it incites violence? Well, that becomes an interpretation thing. You can say that a lot of things incite violence or hate.
Well, I think this is quite blatant, right? This is quite blatant.
Subject
a lot of things. Well, but that you saying that's blatant. There's a lot of people who would say there's all these
blatant.
images.
I mean, he said that he denied the Holocaust. First of all, he blames the Jews for everything that's gone wrong in his life, from his mother dying to him losing all of his gifts.
I'm not denying that what he says is incredibly anti-Semitic. I mean, I gave him some benefit of the doubt in the beginning, but there is no benefit of the doubt at this point, and it hasn't been for a while. However, so I don't know, I guess if you take it all in context of everything that he said, but you really have to define these things. And I think it's particularly interesting, if you can define this from a legal point of view, which is why it's really interesting to me what maybe Amy had to say, given the position that she has. But you have to be very clear about these things, because then it becomes a point of view. And then we're sort of back at that slippery slope that we were at before with Twitter. And then people are complaining about this policy is being implemented, for these people and not for the sake of these people. And then people who say there's trans hate there and certain things are being banned, and
right, a
certain
lot of
people
people
saying,
will
well,
say
that's an
that. They'll even
opinion.
say that allowing people to question vaccines, for instance, is dangerous. It's against the public health. They would make that argument, right? And it's the slippery slope kind of where everything can be violent and everything is not.
Gender identity can be considered,
Right. And that's how they used to
that's
ban
hate,
people,
and that's
right?
raising people's. But you can say those people also have a point if you start, so that's really difficult to define. I think it is a very difficult question. And if you don't have very clear sort of guidelines, you get into the same problems. And I think
that's where the rules come in, right? It's not just going to be based on the whims of a single person. I think
well,
that the
then
rules
why
are going
you
to have
need
to
rules?
specify. And they do.
That's
They
why
do
it's not
specify.
absolute free speech. Then it's not absolute free speech.
It's not absolute free speech, but I mean, either
I think you have to
allowing
remember
virtual
that
child
Elon
pornography.
also has a brand to protect. Yeah, I mean, Twitter is a brand and he does need to protect it. And he also has the media and a lot of people very much against him. So if he is to harbor someone like Kanye here, he's never going to hear the end of it. And it will be used full well against him.
And
And
that's
it's not just
completely
it's
fair.
not just
I think
Kanye as
that's
well,
fair.
right? I mean, it's the fact that if he allows Kanye to say certain things and place favoritism, whereas everybody else gets banned for it, that's going to be an issue, right? And keep in mind, the European Court and the European Union, the European Commission, sorry, not the European Court, European Commission has talked to Elon about free speech. And where they draw the line on it, right? So he has talked to them about this. I mean, this is just basic stuff, but it's necessary.
Well, I'm not saying, Ian, that he's wrong to have done it necessarily, but you have to create rules and guidelines that actually put that in somehow. So, and it's early days, and he's still figuring it out. But then it is not absolute free speech, which is okay. I'm not saying, because
We
I've
can
sort
get
of
as
gone back and
close
forth
as
on this.
possible, right? We can get as close as possible.
Yeah,
to
that's
free
fair.
speech. So that is the idea. You can't have 100% absolute free speech. That would mean allowing pornographers to be on the platform, putting child porn, like virtual child porn, mind you, because that's legal, right? So you can't have that. You again, you've already scaled back the absolutism of it, but again, this is a private platform that advertisers use, so it is a business after all. So as much as it pains libertarians to not have their weird shit on here, it's like it doesn't pain anybody else. More people want to use it because I personally, and I think a lot of people in this room wouldn't want to be using a platform that's a free-for-all hellscape. And he has said this multiple times, that Twitter will not turn into a free-for-all hellscape under his guidance. And it actually was before. It was a free-for-all hellscape because they were not, at one point in time, before he took over, not policing child sexual exploitation materials. That was all available. The hashtags were there. People would report things and they would just go unnoticed, right? He, under his guidance, and this he has, actually retweeted somebody earlier who's working on this, they managed to double their daily bans on all these accounts, and in different languages too, because before they would only get English language accounts, not Spanish speaking ones or Filipino or any other language, because those people will be using those types of those different languages to spread child pornography. And now they actually do have the mechanism in place to police it. And this is all in spite of people saying that Twitter is a more dangerous place. It actually is a safer place.
Could I offer a response? I'm going to give an alternative opinion on the censorship of Kanye, or Ye as he is known now. I'm a free speech absolutist, as I said, except of course in cases of calling for violence or child exploitation, pornography, these kinds of things. Which I think is a very moderate position. I do not think Kanye should have been censored. I don't think what he said qualifies as incitement to violence. He never called or even, I think, intimated that any violence he should be carried out, or that he wanted to carry, or that he would. At one point on Twitter, I think he said, "I'm going to go DEFCON 3," or which is kind of vague. Maybe could be construed, but ultimately there were no acts carried out that were inspired by him. There were all kind of the phony reports about hate speech spiking in the aftermath of Elon Musk taking over Twitter. But Kanye West did not inspire any kind of violence. And, people who are going to carry out acts of violence against Jews, and I mean, myself, I hate to bring up my identity, but I am Jewish for what it's worth. The attack in Pittsburgh, I mean, that was carried out by like a hardcore white supremacist, not someone who's going to be inspired by Kanye West, right? So the whole ideology of terrorist attacks against Jews or other minority groups is a white supremacist thing, not like a mentally
that is a lie. That I'm going to push back on that. Have you heard of the New Jersey attack, killing I believe they killed 3 or 4 people? The Muncie attack. Those were not white supremacists.
Sure,
those
were
are black supremacists.
They were basically the same people who repeat the same lies that that Kanye West talks about every single time he opens his mouth, right? He talks about how he's the real Jewish person, and how these white people, they're just pretend Jews. Like that is the crazy narrative that these people are promoting.
Right.
They're insane, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. There have been, like, I guess I don't even know what it's like Black Hebrews, I think they're called,
Yeah,
Black
the Black
Israelites. Yes.
Israelite or whatever. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. I'm familiar with them. And there's kind of different levels of their group. Some are total whack job extremists, obviously. Some are not. And I'd say many are not.
What's up, y'all?
However,
How's it going?
They are.
point being,
Hey, Sorry, go ahead,
when I look at
yeah.
if we use like the European countries as a bar for, well, they banned it, most of the world says that Nazi symbols should be banned, then
And it's banned in Russia. Keep that in mind. A lot of people talk shit about Russia, but like this stuff is banned in Russia. You cannot promote
It is
neo-Nazis there.
right, but
it's
I
not banned in Canada.
But
I
if you
don't
look
think you
at like
guys know how
Western
free
Europe,
speech works.
Germany has very strict laws against Nazi symbols, yet they have a very serious Nazi problem. So, or Spain has a very serious, the Nazi collaborators, their political party that exists now, their descendants, like these structures that create Nazism, those are all still in place, even in NATO today. And what the U.S. is supporting in Ukraine, open Nazis. So it strikes me as very hollow that there is this push to, it's almost like virtue signal to ban someone that's essentially not really important and doesn't present any threat to Jews in Kanye West. Meanwhile, we are spending billions upon billions of dollars in supporting a Nazi-infested
Actual
military.
Nazis, yeah. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I agree with you. I think that
And so
a lot of the
I'm just
virtue
saying it
signal
becomes a
that's
very
coming from the
slippery slope.
establishment needs to,
No,
yeah, sure, they need to
I
be
Can I
hear
suggest,
your
Mario,
argument.
really quick momentarily, because Kim.com is on a brief break from the space. Is there any way to drop Ian in as a co-host if you're available to do so, Ian?
I tried. It's not working, unfortunately. I tried like half
Yeah,
an
it
hour
only
ago.
lost two.
By the way, I couldn't.
The cost not.
So guys, I
Drop
would
in
have.
Catherine. Catherine would make a great co-host.
No,
I
I
hope
cannot
you
invite
guys
anyone as
like
co-host.
strange
Twitter glitches like
voices
this. Go ahead,
because
Richard.
this is just the mood that
Yeah,
I am
Yeah,
in right now.
Kim rugged me right before I was going to ask Elon a very short logical progression. Rugged is a crypto term for
And I'm
canceled
trying to
or
get
removed or whatever.
Did you
I
say
don't know
Kim
why.
did?
to work.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Did Kim tell
Weird.
you that he did so?
Well,
Kim said he's going to remove a few people. I think it just remove a few when Elon came on.
But it's not
yeah.
Okay.
really
So I'm going to pretend that Elon's still here and just say the same thing now I would have said then. And I don't know, the nice young lady,
I'm
if
gonna
she's
figure
young,
out why.
can pretend she's Elon. It'll be a real short exchange. Hey, Elon, would you agree that the only upside to free speech is the chance that society gets better?
As someone who,
Which,
yes.
who do you want to?
Yes,
Are you
talking to
that's
saying
great. That's correct. I
Kim
agree
is
with
a
you,
nice
Elon.
young
But
lady.
more free speech doesn't mean more, hate speech, right? It
Don't
means that
don't break.
letting people
Yes, it
speak
does mean
freely.
that. It
No, it
exactly
doesn't.
does mean that. But
It
just
doesn't mean
chill.
that.
You
It doesn't
No,
mean that.
don't
it
break my
doesn't.
Absolutely does
yes
not mean that.
momentum. You're messing up
Hatred
my sales
does
tactics
not
here.
make people feel free. It makes people not want to speak. If you're threatened with violence, why would you open your mouth? I mean, the big reason why we're living in this situation right now is because
Because
this
pseudo
country has
anonymity
been
is
free for
why.
all for too long.
Pseudo anonymity cancels your retribution argument. I could issue my statement without the logical progression, but it's more compelling if you let me finish it. So I just need two more yeses out of you for you to get the idea. All right. So the first idea, okay, the first idea is that the only upside to free speech is that you think society will end up better
Voice
because of
mod
it,
doesn't want to
as
work.
the founders did. Okay, the founders of the Constitution thought it was a good idea. That's why it's in the First Amendment, and there's been very few restrictions put on it. The only restrictions put on it were you can't yell fire in a crowded house.
No, yes, you can. Yes, you can. That was an argument that was actually nonsense that was shot down by the Supreme Court eventually because it was used to suppress unionists, trade unionists in the 1910s.
Even better. Well, that's all right. They're still using it to enforce security laws, so maybe the Supreme Court will
I
get
know, the
around to
Patriot
that at
Act is
some
a
point.
disgrace. The Patriot Act
No.
needs to be gotten rid of.
No, but different. I mean, like the Securities and Exchange Commission. They're using it to suppress free speech currently. If you have a YouTube channel promoting a cryptocurrency, they're going to send you a very mean subpoena,
That's because of
and then you have to get
scams.
legal
And a
counsel.
lot of the problem with the crypto community, and I have no hatred towards you guys. I mean, I do invest in crypto, is that you didn't police
Hold
yourselves
on,
properly
hold
to a
on.
point where scammers, like
Yep.
SBF, for instance, were allowed to proliferate, and now there have to be protections just to make sure people don't
Well,
lose their fucking mortgages,
We'll,
right?
we'll get into that as soon as I finish the simple logical
Alright.
progression. Okay, so step one,
Sure.
we believe that free speech is useful to create superior societies. Okay. Step two, why don't you just advertise the ideas that you want to hear? So if you believe that free speech is going to advertise these superior ideals and then those ideals will get adopted, why don't you skip the free speech part and go directly to the ideals? Because I can tell you, and this is the part that isn't the clearest just yes answer, free speech is a poor substitute for advertising superior behaviors. So if you give everyone free speech, you're going to empower a lot of very stupid ideas.
Yep.
And those very stupid ideas do nothing to promote better ideas. So letting Kanye post swastikas, which, by the way, he should 100% be allowed to do based on Elon Musk's own position that Twitter will allow what is legal. When I grew up in the United States, people, the Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, fought very hard to allow Nazis to march and to present their flags. And they're primarily Jewish lawyers, okay? And they understand that you need free speech for a good functioning society. Yes, it's inferior to advertising better ideas, but it's better than nothing. It's better than the perversion of the power structure. Because basically what happens is the random lottery of human preference gives you a worse governance at some point. And when that worse governance comes into power, you really want them to have less power to screw things up. So like the ability to print money. How's that worked out? Well, they use it to go to war all the time without having to pass a war tax. And so what do you know? The military-industrial complex won. We're at war all the time. We've been blowing up brown people forever to no good result. We've moved a bunch of rocks from one spot to another spot in Iraq and elsewhere in Afghanistan. And for what? To just make the military-industrial complex rich and create more extremists. So it's like I wrote a book called Sci-Vive that directly advertises superior behaviors. I wrote a book called How to Fix the World, which directly advertises superior behaviors. Had those things got better promoted by me, better adoption, you'd have a world full of people that were healthier, happier, with better relationships, with more money.
She's good at promotions.
Well, yeah, maybe. But like, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, Elon is making a huge mistake in assuming that free speech leads to as good outcomes as just advertising directly for you want. So there's other people on the other side that like Soros. George Soros chucks hundreds of millions of dollars a year at things that a lot of Americans don't like. So like, for instance, immigration would be one of them, you know?
Sure, yeah.
And people say like, oh, America was built on immigrants. You're like, yeah, but you don't have to let the worst one in, right? Like Australia has actually done a pretty good job with their point system of making sure that the immigrants that they get have
Denmark
the
is even
qualities
better.
that they
Canada
would
too.
prefer.
Denmark and Switzerland, not Sweden, Switzerland and Singapore have done a fantastic job with immigration. They do allow a lot of immigrants in, but they have to be vetted, right? No criminal records. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is like people, there's so many things that you get cancel cultured for saying that I think I won't get canceled with. So like my first two YouTube videos I did were on the difference between men and women. We're obviously different. We've evolved to be different. We have a term for it called sexual dimorphism. The men are literally twice as strong without lifting, and then if they lift, they remain twice as strong. And we're supposed to celebrate diversity. And if you're going to celebrate diversity, diversity has to exist. And it quite simply means difference. And then these idiots come along and think they've figured it out better than a million years of evolution. And they want to pretend that everything's the same. And you're like, nope, everything's not the same, and you're dumb. And the rest of the animal kingdom thinks you're dumb. And you're really just a smart shaved monkey. Stop pretending that we don't have differences built into us. So I'm okay with feeling like I'm not going to get canceled for saying that. Here's another one I think I'm not going to get canceled for. So I'm happy to talk
Richard,
about it.
I'm
Yep.
canceling you right now. But
Okay.
you know what? I will say the men and women difference. I've realized how different men and women are when I started taking jujitsu. I will never win against a man who has the same
There you
experience.
go. Yeah, reality is the son of a bitch. Reality is like really racist too. You're like, wait a second, races are different? Yeah, I dare you. Have you ever been playing football? I grew up in Miami. I played American football. I was getting annihilated by black dudes because they got so much bigger, stronger, quicker, and you're getting just totally blown out as soon as they say hut. And then you go and look at sports, and you're like, wait a second, why is everyone black in sports except swimming? Oh, because they're better at sports. So why don't we not pretend that they're not? And then you go look at smarts, and you're like, why do the Jewish people do all the science, all the comedy writing, all the script writing, all the banking, all the invention? You're like, yeah, they're the smartest people per capita in the world. Like, let's not pretend that they're not. Somehow, like, ignoring reality and ignoring measurements became
But it's interesting because you can say that, and there's a really big difference between saying that, which is it's fine, you're acknowledging something, versus like what somebody like Kanye, Ye, whatever said, which is, you know, it's like what's the problem with that? There is no problem with that.
Well, no, Elon said you should be able to do whatever is legal on Twitter. Kanye did something legal and got removed. So Elon didn't follow his own rules. Now, look, maybe it's so early in the game. He doesn't feel comfortable actually following his own rules. He didn't feel like eating the backlash right now. He got too many other things going on. Fine. It's still good progress. But is it really?
But you know what? We have Amy back, and I would love to hear from her because she is policy and legal at Parler. So I imagine she deals with a lot of this kind of stuff. So I'd love to hear what she has to say about this topic.
Okay, I'm hoping this is going to work now. Thanks for letting me back in. Okay, excellent. Yep. So, you know, at Parler, what we try to do is have our policy animated by the First Amendment. Now, you're not going to be able to apply First Amendment law completely across the board in the context of a private business, you know, where you want to make money. And one of the things that Elon said earlier was that he is conscious of the advertisers and their wishes with respect to having their ads next to certain types of material or not. And of course, if you do have the wonderful technology that, you know, Twitter is, I'm not going to be saying anything surprising here. It's more technically sophisticated than Parler is, right? If you have the technical sophistication to be able to implement the wishes of your advertisers with respect to the juxtaposition of the content, that's a beautiful thing. And of course, it's a perfectly valid business interest, right? So, you know, while you can have an idea that you're a First Amendment or a free speech absolutist, that you know, there's going to be things like spam and bots. Another thing that we try to do at Parler, at least on parler.com, we do this because Apple and Google do not allow it. We put the control over things like hate speech, so-called hate speech, in the hands of the individual user. And really that is what I think would be a principled way to implement free speech absolutism, which is that as much as possible, you put control over all legal speech in the hands of the individual users. And we saw Jack was going to be groping at this in Twitter, and they were doing this with Blue Sky, and perhaps Mr. Musk is going to implement those things at Twitter as well, and that would be a good way to do it. With regard to the effectiveness of censoring so-called hate speech, I highly, highly recommend a book by Nadine Strawson. She is the former head of the ACLU, and she wrote a book called Hate: Why It Should Be Resisted with Free Speech, Not Censorship. And she talks about the fact that in Europe, where they do have these anti-hate speech laws, that they really are, I think Richard was talking about this, that they are not effective at all. So again, with respect to content moderation online, I really do try to follow First Amendment, which would be the emergency principle that you would take down speech only when it's a rights violation that is either a fait accompli with the material itself, you know, such like child pornography or fraud or intellectual property theft, etc. Of course, threats or incitement. But you would want to leave it up unless there's some sort of concrete, serious, imminent risk of harm that can't be ameliorated by other means, right? Now, with respect to the Ye tweets, I mean, first of all, I thought Elon had the patience of a saint that other night, because I was watching the thread myself. He said that with respect to the swastika, he found that to be inciting. And I could see it maybe within a context. And if you heard him earlier, he mentioned the fact that that swastika that was shared in the context of him praising Hitler. And in particular, so if you're praising Hitler, you're praising Hitler's actions, you're praising the Holocaust and the extermination, the mass extermination of the Jewish people. So I think if you look at the context, right? Go back to, Trump had that video when he was actually saying, "I love you" to the people who were storming the Capitol. When have you ever heard the phrase "I love you" potentially be considered incitement? But maybe in that particular context, it would be, right? So we have to think about context. You're going to think about the fact that it is a business, and the other thing, what is the purpose of the business? He says the purpose, of course, is that he wants to further productive discussion, further grasping towards the truth. And one thing that is true is that if there's threats of force, that stops all productive discussion. You're wrong. Why? Because I'm going to beat you up. This is an old Aristotelian fallacy ad baculum, right? So there are purposes that are in line with the, furthering of productive discussion, groping towards truth, etc., that if you err a little bit on the side of removing something that's inciting context, you could see doing that. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents on that. It was a tough call for him to make. Clear to say that he wasn't making it based on posting pictures of him or etc. So that was funny as well. Do you mind if I say a couple things about the stuff I wanted to say, which is more legal in topic? I have a couple things to say about regulation of social media platforms in general, a little bit about Section 230, and even a bit about Privacy Patriot Act. Can I indulge myself and speak a bit more? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, of course. I'll let other speakers just to jump in and comment on what you said, and then I'll give you the mic back.
I didn't hear anything back.
I was just going to say, Amy, that was really insightful.
Okay. I'm going to keep talking until you kick me out then. So kick me out because I can't hear you. Okay, so on.
Go ahead, Catherine. Oh, she just dropped out. Let me invite Amy again. So I've just dropped her up and invite her again. So it fixes the
Okay,
glitch.
well, that's interesting. Oh, I think she can't hear other people.
Can't hear any of us, and she
She
dropped
still
out.
shows up as a speaker for me, but
No, but she says she's dropped out.
I'm bringing her up.
Really?
Don't worry. I removed her. Yeah, I removed her and bringing her up because when that glitch happens, she can't hear anyone anymore.
Well,
So
all right. Well, I'll just respond to what she said in the meantime. Well, I just thought that was insightful because I guess just in the way that it can be interpreted, I can sort of see how it can be interpreted such if you take all of the context. So that's kind of an interesting way of looking at it. I am interested in what she has to say on the legal side as well. But yeah, it's just a lot of food for thought. But I think it's kind of still early days, and I think he's still defining. I do think it's interesting because I saw his tweets where he said, that picture that he tweeted of him and the airplane. He said, "This is okay, and this is not okay," which was the sort of the hateful symbol. But I think
it was a swastika. A lot of people are saying, "Well, it's the Raelians." It's like, well, the Raelians haven't used that symbol in years, decades.
Yeah, that's a BS. That is a BS argument, and the people who are making it, and then they're like, "Well, see,
disingenuous," and that's the problem with a lot of people, right? They're going to make the disingenuous argument and be like, "Actually, he's promoting Raelianism." No, he's not. Come on, use a brain,
No, I mean, there's a lot of disingenuous arguments. There's a lot of people who also just, they love this kind of speech, and that they really do want to see that, right? And so but unfortunately, I think Elon still has to kind of figure out. I think these things are so complex that it's almost very difficult to sort of distill that into a policy and put that on paper because people will be upset if it's like not to the word. Yeah, go ahead, Amy.
I would say the principles are clear, but their application within a particular context can be very difficult. And at Parler, we actually have a community jury made of Parler users, and we give them trainings, we teach them the principles, and we have them weigh in and give us their reasoning on particular cases before we make final decisions.
So
And
like a jury.
yeah, no, like a real jury, We find it very helpful. So can I give my 2-minute spiel on those other topics, please? Oh, please, because the other topics are
Yes,
really
you may.
a lot of my passion. So, earlier we were talking about potential regulation of social media and maybe turning social media platforms into public utilities and treating them that way. And I just ask people when I think about this topic to think about how we got into the bad place that we are. And it is because we've seen this intertwining between big tech, so-called tech, and big government, right? You have this intertwining of government bureaucrats and social media platforms. And I think that if you institute regulation of the platforms, and it doesn't matter in what form you call it, you're going to call them public utilities, or you're going to amend Section 230 in certain ways and require them to have certain transparency or certain types of content moderation, whatever it is that you're going to do, you're just going to further intertwine government and tech platforms, and that's going to result in more censorship and a closer step towards, again, making Orwell 1984 a reality. It's not supposed to be an instruction manual. So whenever you're looking at these problems, I would always try to solve them via litigation, via the courts, because I see the courts, a court case, as a way to surgically remove a cancer, such as an intertwining between government and Twitter, for example. You go in and you figure out exactly what happened. You institute, things that make sure it's not going to happen again. But you do that because what you do is you impose a remedy. You give a remedy to the person who was wronged by this, and you find them guilty of potentially a constitutional violation. Now, how can you do this with Section 230? I do not think you need to amend Section 230. If you go out and look at the case of Malwarebytes versus Enigma, Justice Clarence Thomas wrote a statement in which he describes a narrower interpretation of Section 230, which would allow courts to hold accountable the platforms for their contribution to the content, whether they actually labeled the content, edited the content, produced the content themselves, maybe they boosted the content in a way so that it got bigger reach, or maybe they deplatformed somebody. Whatever their contribution to the content is, they can be held accountable for it under a narrower interpretation of Section 230. Section 230 gives legal immunity to platforms for removing objectionable content, but it has to be done in good faith. And it is not good faith for a platform to help government bureaucrats do an end run around the First Amendment, right? That is not good faith. So certainly they can be held accountable for that. And I would always recommend litigation over legislation, over regulation. So as much as I like Texas and Florida and their governors, I think they mean well. I don't think they should be telling platforms even that the platforms cannot remove people, or for political reasons or whatever, because any statute that regulates the platforms can be construed in this way or that. It could be used as a way to threaten the platforms to do their bidding. And that's why I was also skeptical about the European legislation that Mr. Musk discussed earlier, because even if he agrees with all the things he thinks that it requires the platforms to do, he thinks a good business would do that. My concern is that it could be construed in ways to put pressure on the platforms and to make them do their bidding. Any of these laws that are in the books are going to be twisted by whoever is in power to try to achieve censorship in favor of their narratives. That's my concern there. And then finally, on the privacy topic, people were talking about the Patriot Act, and of course there's so many things that where the
government has their claws into social media. Maybe there's backdoors in certain places. Certainly they're able to request information from social media in ways that seem like they shouldn't be entitled to it. All of this goes back way further than the Patriot Act. If you go back to the Smith and Miller Supreme Court cases in the 1970s, those are telephone and banking cases. These are cases under the so-called third-party doctrine. And the third-party doctrine just says simply that if you share information with a third party, like a social media company, like a bank, et cetera, if you share that information, you no longer have a reasonable expectation of privacy in that information. And so therefore, it no longer enjoys the Fourth Amendment protection of the warrant requirement. And this means the government can get it without probable cause, without particularized suspicion. So the Patriot Act and all of the bulk surveillance programs that Edward Snowden revealed back in 2013, all of those are supposedly legal because of this third-party doctrine and the way that this doctrine was expanded in the 1970s under the Smith and Miller cases. Now, I've spoken too long already, but in an article that I wrote for the St. John's Law Review, it's linked in my bio here on Twitter. I'm that much of a geek, okay? In that article, I talked about a way to... Nerd, I know, big nerd.
No, big respect.
No.
Honestly, big respect. I mean, you are at the top of your game. Respect.
Nerds run the world.
No, so in that article, what I do is I outline a way to overturn those Smith and Miller cases. I mean, if you thought Roe versus Wade was a big overturn, imagine overturning two cases that would make law enforcement get a warrant for information shared with a third party. That would be huge. Law enforcement these days feels that they are entitled to any data that you share with any third party. And I'll give you the solution in brief, because it's very simple, okay? When you share information with a third party, you're sharing it pursuant to a contract. You're making a contract. Now, the third party doctrine originally arose in something called the secret agent cases. And the secret agent cases are cases like you can imagine Tony Soprano. He's in his basement with his co-conspirators. They're talking about a drug deal or an assassination hit or something that they're contemplating. And of course, part of their agreement is that they're going to keep all the information they share with each other private. The secret agent cases said that in that context, when you share that information, that if the other guy turned government informant, that the government didn't need a warrant to get that information from them. The guy can just turn it over. Those were the secret agent cases. That is how the third party doctrine existed all the way from the 1920s up until the 1970s with the Smith and Miller cases. In the Smith and Miller cases, those involved just normal, ordinary contracts with people and their service providers. Again, this is your phone, this is your bank. These are not these old types of criminal conspiracies, the secret agent cases. Now, in the common law, there was a doctrine called illegal contract. Under the common law, if you had an illegal contract, a contract, the primary purpose of which was to achieve a criminal end, that contract was unenforceable, completely unenforceable at common law. All the promises made according to that contract unenforceable. So it seems reasonable that if it's a criminal conspiracy, again, think Tony Soprano, their entire agreement is unenforceable. They couldn't go into a court of law and enforce that agreement, and nor can they expect a court of law to enforce their agreement with each other to keep the stuff private. That's how the third party doctrine arose. And in my view, the Supreme Court had no business extending the scope of that doctrine in the 1970s to ordinary contracts between customers and service providers, like their phones, like their banks. You and I are not Tony Soprano. When we have contracts with Twitter, when we have contracts with Facebook, when we have contracts with our phone service providers, et cetera, we expect, and we reasonably expect, that the information that we share with those providers is private, that it's kept private,
unless the government produces a warrant. So that is, in essence, my solution. This is why the Smith and Miller cases should be overturned. And like I said, you can read the article if you want to geek out. It's not very long. It's about 14 pages or something, but it's in my bio here on Twitter. And, you know, were that to actually happen, which I think could happen under a Gorsuch and a Thomas, a lot of things would really change. And I think we'd have a lot more privacy. I would call it legalizing privacy, because you could once again use your rights to contract and property to protect your privacy again. That's how it used to be.
Thank
sorry,
you.
I
That
talked
was
too much.
extremely insightful. No, it's fine. It's all good. Thank you. Like, that gives us a good legal perspective of this whole situation, right? I mean, it's not simple. It's not as easy as saying, "Oh, I want to ban this versus this." It's like, no, there's a lot of legal hurdles to go over, and you don't want to break those laws. You want to make sure that you are abiding by, you know, you're abiding by your own principles, but at the same time, you're also abiding by the law, right? You're running a massive platform here, and the last thing you want to do is lose those, you know, Section 230 privileges. That's a big thing.
No, definitely. And, you know, the principle behind Section 230 is 100% correct, because what does it say? It says there is such thing as a platform, and that a platform is not the publisher. It's the users who generate the content, who produce the content. They are the publishers, and they are the ones who are properly held liable as publishers. But all that Clarence Thomas has now said is that don't take that principle too far, that to the extent platforms do contribute to the content, even if they're boosting its reach or throttling its reach, etc., that they could potentially be held liable for those contributions to the content, fact checking, labeling, all those things too.
Yep, that's exactly correct.
Ian, I want to digress to another question. Sorry, I'm eating, man. If you don't mind.
Yeah. Go for it.
What information do we have about the next drops? The next information drop. When should we expect it? Is it any minute? We have no idea.
It could be any minute now. It could be later tonight, because you know, Elon did promise tomorrow being today, but it's in Matt Taibbi's hands, right? It's out of Elon's hands right now. This is a Matt Taibbi drop, so it could come at any moment. We don't know yet, so we just gotta wait. We gotta stay up all night, and that's terrible if you want to go out.
Ian stays up all night anyways. Like, let's be honest here. Ian does not sleep.
I think it's
right?
happening. I do think it's happening. Yeah, no, I don't sleep. Yeah, I barely sleep.
And what do we expect, Ian? What is
what can we expect? I mean, he hasn't really given any, you know, he hasn't given any specifics, but judging from what he said earlier, you know, he was talking about journalists and how they're all attacking him and attacking Elon Musk for releasing these documents, and how they're, you know, trying to protect their narrative. So he did call them out, and he did link to one of the articles that written about how the journalists collude with social media platforms to censor people, right? That's a great article. You should check it out. It's on his timeline. So I think maybe that's a hint as to what's coming. I could be wrong, but that is the only hint that we've got so far.
I'd like to see something specific coming, personally, if I may, Mario. I would love to see, I mean, we all know that the COVID narrative has been a big one that has been censored specifically by, you know, a lot of different organizations, I imagine. And I think just knowing how that was done, and specifically, you know, the rules and the guidelines and whose voice was allowed and whose was not, I think that would be a very meaningful Twitter thread drop at some point. I don't think that's the next one that's coming, because I just think there's no indication there. But I think that's probably, it would be huge, and it would be, I think we talked about this, it would be like very international as well. So it wouldn't be just American.
If it involves like Pfizer or international governments, you know, like for instance, the Australian government or the New Zealand government, what have they suppressed, right? I mean, we know they suppressed things. They have done this publicly, quite openly, suppressed anyone talking about these issues. I mean, we saw Zero Hedge got banned for a few months because they reported, you know, contrary to the popular narrative, that COVID had come from a lab. And now today itself, we had confirmation from someone who worked at Eco Health Alliance. That's an enormous right now. It's a breaking story, right?
Sorry,
but it's not the
what's a breaking story? What's the breaking story? The lab theories. getting
one of the
traction.
scientists at EcoHealth Alliance, he came out and he said, yes, COVID was engineered in a lab. And this is one of the guys who was a part of that organization that worked at the with the scientists at the biological, the virological lab, the WIV, right, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, right? So he has confirmed that it is in fact a human engineered virus, right? It's based on a bad coronavirus.
Oh
Obviously,
wow.
it's quite different from
And I
Has
coronavirus.
he,
think
has he,
that
has he provided any evidence of his, I know he's in a position where his claims should be taken seriously, but has he given any other proof of his claims beyond
I haven't looked too much into it. I've been quite busy on this lately, but he has tweeted quite a bit
That'll
about it.
be,
So
I swear, if
definitely
that
check it
turns
out.
out to be, if there's any facts to prove this now or in a few years' time, that would question a lot of beliefs I have. That would be insane if they manage. Because I
that's
find it,
weird.
I'm under the belief, and rightly so. I think to an extent, it's you'd agree, is that hiding information in today's age is so difficult because it's so easy to be a whistleblower. It's so easy to leak information where some of the most powerful people get their documents leaked. We've had all these different documents from
Not so much in
the world.
China though, I think.
Yeah. Oh, unless you leave China and then you could leak information. Like we've had people.
We've had people do that, yeah. And actually, one of them was banned, right? Was banned by Twitter. She was one of the scientists who worked at the laboratory. She left China to talk about it, about how she had basically participated in this, and she was originally banned when she started tweeting about it. She made a second account. I forget what her name is, but I'm sure you can look it up on Google.
I've asked. By the way, I can see your hand up, Jason. Jason, you can just jump in anytime, man, because Twitter's glitching, so might not see your hand. And anyone else, if you're requesting to speak, just DM me, and then we know the team is checking my DMs. We can't see requests.
I
It's
think
glitching.
what's really important about this particular narrative, though, because it doesn't really matter what you believe specifically about COVID, whether you're a huge vaccine fanatic and you love all the boosters or not, it really doesn't matter. What matters is the narrative and who controls the flow of information, how it's done, on what basis, and this kind of idea that it's for your own good. And we were talking about this earlier with Ian. It's this idea, literally people justify this by thinking, well, this is for the greater good because this is a life and death situation. We're saving lives by deciding what information goes out, which does not. But as we've sort of seen this throughout this whole pandemic, is that the information that was censored or controlled and we were told was not true did turn out to be true later on. So it's kind of impossible to have 100% of the facts correct all the time. So this idea that somebody calls the shots all the time and decides what you see or doesn't is really horrible. And so I think to reveal the mechanism by which it is done, I think is really essential, and it will be great service. So I hope to see that.
Could I echo something that Amy was saying and kind of take it a little bit further? I was thank you, Tara, for bringing me in the group, and I know a lot of you probably have no idea who I am, and there's a reason for that. Amy was talking about the Good Samaritan stuff out of Enigma versus Malwarebytes. I've actually been involved in a lawsuit with Facebook since 2018. I used to have 38 million fans on Facebook back in 2014. And they took everything out of me, and I sued them, and we took it all the way to the Supreme Court. And the funny thing about that is that all of our legal principles were identical to what Justice Clarence Thomas brought out in Enigma versus Malwarebytes. The problem with it is that no other court had ever dealt with it like that. Nobody had ever considered it what they call de novo, new. So when we went to the Supreme Court, the Enigma case actually transpired right at the same time. It ended 19 days before we petitioned cert. So we went into the Supreme Court with basically an internal circuit conflict between the Ninth and the Ninth. And the Ninth Circuit Court is just not doing their job, not at all. They didn't actually defeat any of our arguments. They just basically echoed everything, they rubber stamped everything Facebook said and dumped it. So the thing is that because we went all the way to the Supreme Court, I never got a single hearing. I had no oral arguments, nothing. And nobody knows this is going on. It's going to shock a lot of people. So because I had never gotten a hearing, and because Section 230 prevents you from getting redress, you get no remedy whatsoever, yet they protect the actions of these companies to take my liberties and take my properties. Well, the government can't do that, not under common law. So unbeknownst to almost everybody, which was this will tell you sort of where we are as a country. I stood on the Capitol steps with Congressman Gohmert. I announced the biggest constitutional challenge of Section 230 that's ever been filed. It's 143 pages long with exhibits, close to 400 pages, with Congressman Gohmert. He committed to giving us amicus support from Congress, and not one of the media sources reported it. No one. Now, where does this put us? So because of the conflict that existed in the Ninth Circuit Court between Enigma and us, we took it forward to the Supreme Court, but they didn't hear it. So then we reversed. We went back to the Northern District Court and we said, look, what is this? If the Good Samaritan general provision of the statute, which is located in 230C, is the general provision that presides over the whole statute, that would include my case. Well, nope. The Northern District kicked it and said that my case was a C1 case, their case was a C2 case. Now, in my circumstance, I was actually the publisher. I was holding them accountable for their actions to actually take my content and solicit a sale to another company. It was all financial. It was an anti-competitive case. It was dead in line with what Enigma said. So it was a direct conflict. That then went up to the Ninth Circuit Court, and we said that that's not possible because a Good Samaritan general provision is something formally known as intelligible principle. That's why it's denoted in quotes. It's the actual structure of the law. There's a lot of people that think they understand Section 230 and tell us all how it works, except for the fact that a lot of those people were actually working for these social media companies. So when we went to them and said, look, it's either the intelligible principle, or there was another case recently, Jarkessi versus SEC, that determined if a statute delegates authority like this without an intelligible principle, it's unconstitutional under the delegation doctrine. So what that meant was we gave them a catch-22 argument. And what did the Ninth Circuit do? Because they had no way to turn from it, and they did not want to let me get through to Facebook, they instead turned to a procedural and dumped us on a timeliness discretionary. What that means is they just pivoted and said, nope. The problem with that was that we had also filed 3 supplemental briefs, which were all timely, meaning we actually had 4 different conflicts. They ignored those. But there was something that happened that I basically nobody knows about right now, it seems, because nobody's reporting it. There was a case just recently, November 3rd, it ended. It is called Henderson versus Public Data. And what people don't realize is that it just changed the internet. I'm not even joking. And the reason for that is because those of you that do know about Section 230, most of the precedent was based upon the first case, which is called Zoran versus America Online. That was actually decided by the Fourth Circuit Court. The Fourth Circuit Court revisited the statute. They went back to it and they reclarified it. And basically what they did was they separated out that 230C1 only applies to procedural, like format and procedural editorial stuff, meaning 230C1 has absolutely nothing to do with publishing conduct, nothing. Now, the thing is, we actually found there was an origin mistake that the courts made. In Barnes, which is, they use what's called a three-part test to determine C1 immunity. And the second aspect, it says seeks to treat as a publisher. Well, if you read the statute carefully, it does not say a publisher. It says seeks to treat as the publisher. The is what's called a definite article. It defines who the publisher is, and it's someone we already know in the story, meaning the publisher relates to another information content provider, which is the back end of 230C1. The courts misread it and use it synonymously with a publisher. And if you read that same statutory subsection, again, using a publisher, it's an indefinite article, meaning they can't be treated as themselves when they engage in content moderation. This was the origin mistake that screwed up everything with Section 230. Now, where does this put us? It means that I am 30 days out from petitioning writ of cert. There are 2 cases already in the Supreme Court, so it's easy enough to consolidate this. I have a circuit court conflict between the 9th and the 5th, the 9th and the 4th. And now, because of course, our lovely government is trying to kick us on jurisdiction and standing on the Constitution, the constitutional challenge, because the constitutional challenge is a whopper. There's really no way out of it. So they're trying to kick it on standing, claiming that I'm holding the government accountable for what Facebook did. Which, of course, that's not the case because I sued Facebook for what Facebook did. Facebook did not dismiss itself. That was all because Section 230 and their
Hold on.
implementation.
Like, I think
Sure.
a lot of us are kind of lost. Like, so what are you talking about exactly? I kind of zoned out. I'm sorry. I know that sounds kind of rude.
Basically, what everybody has been trying to accomplish about Section 230, we have two cases coming at the Supreme Court that they virtually have to deal with. One is a circuit court conflict, one is a constitutional challenge. And nobody knows about it.
Oh, okay.
But I have a question though. So are you saying it's unconstitutional because of some way that the statute itself is framed? It's somehow framed incorrectly. There's no power behind it. Was that the kind of constitutional argument you have in mind? Because the basic principle behind Section 230 is correct. I don't know that it should be in a statute. That's a whole nother argument another day. But the principle itself is solid, and I don't see that the principle behind Section 230 is unconstitutional.
It's a conversation. I'm in contact with Maureen Steele, and I'm supposed to get in touch with George as well. But it's a conversation for later.
For the broader audience, I mean, can you guys, like, I know, like, you're having a lot of fun nerding out here, but for the broader audience, can you distill the situation for, you know, the average layperson? Like, help us understand.
The principle behind Section 230, the good principle, it's a very basic principle. It says there is such a thing as a platform. So you can have a platform where all of the users are the publishers. And it makes a platform possible by not making the platform liable as a publisher of each individual piece of content. So
I was under the understanding that Section 230 was about dentistry because, you know, get it, 230.
What I'm trying to explain is that's incorrect.
I'm kidding, yeah.
So your question is about the constitutionality issue, like why it would be unconstitutional? Yeah, I don't know.
I can throw that out there. So first off, Amy, it's the language you just used. You said that they can't be treated as a publisher. They can. They can't be treated as the publisher, which is another publisher.
It's only when they editorialize, right? Like when say Facebook, for instance, acts as an editor and decides that you're not allowed to post certain things because they disagree with your editorial stance on the issue. That's when it becomes a problem, right? That is what's going to actually make them lose their Section 230 protections because they're using that as a way to, you know, basically get around censorship, right? Like they don't care that they're censoring people for people's opinions.
No, that's actually not the case.
It's not all or nothing, though, right? It's not all or nothing. So
it's all or nothing.
Let me actually break.
Thomas would say that Facebook could be held liable for whatever it is that it does, whatever its contribution is. So with respect to some pieces, not across the board. It's not a publisher with respect to everything.
No, not currently at all. There's absolute immunity. That's what I'm trying to say is everybody is
that's why
understanding that everybody has. What I'm trying to get, it is written down. Actually, you guys can, I have op-eds all over the place. We have the constitutional challenge can be looked up, United States, or FIC versus the United States, FIC versus Facebook. I'm trying to get everybody in layman's terms to understand what's going on. Amy, I got what you're saying, but what I'm saying here is that if they moderate content, you would think it would apply to 230C2. The courts are not doing that. The misunderstanding has been that they simply can't be treated as a publisher universally under C1. So out of 500 cases in a study over the past 2.5 decades, only 19 have ever applied to C2 because C1 became absolute immunity. It is a matter of giving a single word effect would change it. That's where everybody has made a major mistake.
I've got to jump in just quickly, guys. Two things, guys. Very quickly. One of them is pretty important. So it seems, and we had a few people report it now, whenever someone, there's a glitch, I actually won't say it is because people will abuse it. There's a glitch, if you DM me, I can tell you what it is, because once the space ends, you can't see the glitch anymore. But there's a glitch that if you guys know what it is, you would not be speaking anymore. Ian, I'll DM you right now about it, by the way. Yep. So what I'll do now is the documents haven't dropped yet, So I'm going to create a space right after I end this one. I'll create a space. I'm going to end the space now. It's been a pretty long marathon. And then I'm going to create a new one. Everyone can set their reminders there. And then we'll come back as soon as the documents drop, and we could review them together live. I think that's the best thing to do. What do you think, Ian?
I think that's an amazing idea. Yeah, we should do that because we're kind of running out of topics to discuss here anyway. I mean, we're kind of treading water. So I think this is a good idea to take a break, go to the bathroom, go eat, and wait for those things to drop.
Go
And
write a
then we
book.
can talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to let you know, I wasn't actually joking about the glitch. That is pretty serious.
Yeah, we can't see each other. I can't see you speaking.
No, it's much, bro,
it's
much worse. It's much worse. So I'm gonna say the glitch right after. I'm gonna end it right after I say the glitch because people can't abuse the glitch while the space is running. So I'm gonna tell everyone what the glitch is. Don't freak out. So I think no one else noticed it. Barely anyone noticed it. So don't freak out. But again, I'm gonna end the space right after I say it. And when I end the space, everyone go and register for the new one. But when someone was speaking, what happens is that for some weird reason, and I don't know if I should, I won't DM Elon, but I'll DM his team. When someone is speaking at the bottom, and there's a way to find it, you can't just find it easily, your phone number is actually showing. So if you speak right now, like right now my phone number is showing, there's a way to see my phone number. I won't say how exactly because it's too much information. But yeah, that glitch is happening right now. We had a few people verified, so a few people, and we checked, we saw the number, and we have a few of your phone numbers, by the way, guys, in the last few minutes, to check that it's true. So that's the glitch. We crashed Twitter Spaces. Another glitch that almost no one can join the space, by the way. That's another big glitch. That almost for everybody, they're not able to even see any space, not only ours. We crashed all of Twitter Spaces. And we had someone at Twitter Spaces.
Well done, guys.
We had someone at Twitter Spaces confirm this, that it's not only us, all of Spaces, and we had a lot of people not be able to see or start a space at all. So, but that's not that serious. The phone number one is pretty serious.
Yeah.
So Ian, I'll send you a couple of screenshots showing it. I'll end the space. Sure. I'll open it. I'll set the new one right after. So about in a minute, you'll see it. I'll pin it on my account. You can set your reminders. And yeah, I was gonna curse, but I prefer not to today. It was an incredible space, guys. Ian, we killed it. I won't keep, we won't say our goodbyes because I don't want the phone numbers to show for anyone. So I love you all. Thank you so much. Hopefully by the next space, the glitch will stop. Let me see. As the same number is showing. Okay, no, actually the glitch is not true. Whew. Okay, the glitch is not the phone number. The glitch is not true. It's just a random number that shows. People thought it was a phone number because they copy pasted it and it showed the phone number of someone who's on the stage. I don't know why it's not true or it's not showing anymore. But so yeah, Ian, any final words since the phone number is not showing? Any final words, man?
Oh, thank goodness for that. I will say that, stay tuned for the next space, right? Like, it's going to be big, whatever it is. I have no idea what it is exactly. I have some suspicions. But I think we'll have an amazing discussion once it drops. I think we'll have a lot more to talk about when it does.
Tara, are you still with us or you fell asleep? All right, Tara, massive shout out to you. Massive shout out to Kim. Okay, she's sending me a love heart. So massive shout out to you, Tara. Massive shout out to all the speakers and of course Kim.com. I'll see you all shortly as soon as the drop comes in, and we'll see how juicy it is. Love you all. Thank you so much, and see you next time. Bye, everyone. I'll create the space. Set your reminders so you can get reminded when.
Trying to figure out what happened here. It suddenly just ended. Huh. fucking ignorant twits on Twitter. Alright, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I didn't realize that they were ending it, but they must have been ending it. And I am not staying up until 2 a.m. I was in the middle of doing something and did not realize that they were ending it, so... Alrighty, well, good night, y'all. Before you leave, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you to all the numerous views that we have on Rumble right now. This will be available for playback. Have a wonderful evening and God bless.